경기가 하나 박혀 있습니다.
제리와 자야 코어 차이가 있어서
네.
자신 있게 쳤거든요. 하나
그리고
파고듭니다.
제카가
저게-
라인 띄우고 있었기 때문에 먼저
자,
들어갈 수
놓고
있습니다.
오케이, 그래.
땡겼고 폭대가
폭대까지
좋은데요.
뒤쪽 들어갔대요.
자, 그런데 순간이동
불 껐고요.
한번 더 들어가면서
앞에서 등장.
지금 그한테 못 오고 있어요.
파이퍼 위험해요. 파이퍼 위험해요.
그런데
각도가 너무 예쁜데요. 오케이
자야
좋고요.
잡혔습니다.
그리고 요네 터졌어요.
피해주고요.
한타의 변수가 있는 장로를 그냥 치는 건 좀 리스크가 있을 수
그래서
있어요.
순간적으로 제리
자,
노래서
네.
쫓아내고
장군
오히려
네.
들어가서
자야가
그런데
먹었고.
잘 잡혔어.
파이퍼.
아니야,
좋은데요.
아니야,
근데 하나 이기 시각이.
도와야 돼.
하나 봐야 돼요.
파이프가
아니 오케이블이요?
장로를 상대에게 내주고도 승리를 가져가나요?
와.
한타 대승.
오케이.
자, 대형 오브젝트는 모두 다
세계 연계
하는데
이거.
오히려 가둬놓고 뒤쪽으로.
오, 우리 체력.
자, 완전히 가들이에요.
더 파고드나요?
자, 그런데 이거 들어갈 수 있나요? 들어갈 수 있나요?
이게
오건 들어갔어요.
팔로 경계하게 만들어놔서요.
오히려
파이프,
파이프 오케이 저 죽은 브리온 아래쪽은요 트리플 그리고 쟁까지 뜯어냅니다.
오케이블이요. 그러면서
드래곤.
이거 드래곤이지 지금 한타 이제 봐야겠죠?
자, 드래곤 바이가 가져가는 성공을 했고 한타 봐야죠. 바루스
궁극기는 반응하긴 했는데.
자, 오프에
와!
사진. 와!
너무 잘 들어갔어요.
클로저가 결국 상대 딜러 라인에게
네.
해적 중에 성공했고요.
일단 바이퍼가 살아있긴 하거든요.
근데 이 위쪽에 시야 있나요?
파고들어요.
와!
이걸요.
파고들어면서. 와!
오케이 브리온.
아 근데 이게
드래곤
체력 관리가 안
치셔.
돼요.
라칸 묶였습니다.
너무 나름.
네.
도페 사슬.
근데 레네콘도 이제는
그런데 아무도
라인을 밀고
없었어요.
오고 있기 때문에
그리고
앞뒤를 잡아야 돼요. 한
바이브에서
명.
네렉턴
앞뒤를
파고들어요.
잡아야 돼요.
네렉턴
체카,
못 파고들었어요. 체카
그리고 되면서
잡혔어요.
와!
이런 파이퍼 혼자 남았습니다. 파이퍼가 1인군 보여줄 수 있나 혼자서.
어건이 붙으면
그런데 스턴 걸리면요.
어우
내가 다 잡을 수 있을까요?
아,
진짜
그렇지만
싸우는데
파이퍼의 외로운 저항이에요.
여기까지입니다. 그리고 시간 벌어주고요.
하나
넥서스까지
생명을
마지막 저항이
잡고
쉽지 않죠.
넥서스
결승 진출.
하게 됩니다.
GG.
OK 저축은행 브리온이 결승 진출에 성공합니다.
네, 근데 베리 체력 바로
자,
쐈고요. 불 끄고
포탑을 밀었고요.
맞았어요.
그리고 안으로
부담지면서.
파고들었습니다.
그래서
브라운 하나 뗄 수 있나요?
아니 타고
근데 이거 이기
네,
너무
네,
잘
네,
잡고요.
다 잡혔어.
그리고
아니, 심지어 그 상태 호출
이거
같아서.
크산테가 혼자 와서 뭐 되나요?
네.
기인이 아무리 기인이라도 이거 되나요? 심적인
아무리 긴이라도
이건 안
와.
됩니다. 이렇게 되면은 여기서 무려 4명을 잡아내면서
노렸을 때 이거 캐니언을 노려야 됩니다.
시우가 한번 해집어야 되긴 해요.
네.
시우가
기인이 먼저 나와서 일단은 몸으로
봤어요?
막고 있어요.
캐니언.
자, 부패 상대
무빙 시도
붙어갔고요.
무빙
스틸
시도
올리나요? 스틸 올리나요?
캐너쇼
일단 붙기 붙었거든요.
자,
전혀
방패로
강타
막아주고요.
못 쓰게.
바로
네.
먹었어요.
일단 먹기
먹었습니다.
먹었고.
이거 아지로 왔어요.
한타 봐야 돼요.
아니 이러면
이러면 디플러스 기어가 다 싸먹는
다
구도인데요.
쓸려요.
진짜 왔어요. 그리고 다 왔거든요. 아지르가 팔을 계속 휘젓습니다.
한 번 더 무한으로 찌릅니다. 쇼메이커.
더블킥 그리고 상대를 싹 쓸어 담았습니다.
그리고 캐년 위치도 좀 매서워요.
네,
캐년
시우가-
위치에
자, 앞에서
와, 근데 뒤편에서
뒤에서
스몰더,
그런데
스몰더.
캐년
시오랑 같이
스몰더.
바꾸는 구도라서
앞에서는요.
버텼어요.
쇼메이커.
자, 버티고
스몰더의 처형이.
스몰더가 버텼어요. 그리고 코르키는요. 코르키 잡아내고
그러면
그런데
사번이
스몰더가 너무
하나가
세요.
처형됩니다.
너무
와.
세요. 결국 스몰더를 끌어내지 못했습니다.
바텀 밀고 미드까지 그냥 미드 흐름으로 가요.
자, 안에 있어요.
옆으로 들어갔어요.
안으로
거기 뒤로 들어가면서
그리고 핑퐁.
아니
와,
처형이 갈랐는데요.
이거는 사고예요. 대형 사고.
아니 시우의 슈퍼 이니시. 또 뒤로 돌았어요.
뒤죠.
자, 리신 위치.
루시드.
그리고
네. 루시드
누굴 차나요? 누굴
루시드.
차나요?
케미씨가
아질까요? 그리고 다시 한번 적게 잡아냅니다.
그리고 리시점도 안 됐어요. 이러면
그러면서 쇼메이커가 이거 2명 긁었습니다.
그럼
지옥화 폭탄.
자, 더블 캐리. 그리고 안쪽은요. 잭스가 있어요.
일단
잭스.
리시는 잡았거든요.
자, 하나는 잡아내는데
어마우스,
성공했습니다.
어마우스
그리고
들어가서, 어마우스 들어가서.
마법의 쏘가살.
오좀 퀄팅이
근데
매서운데요.
이거
자, 그런데 앞으로 파고들고요. 자, 이거
남아있는 상황에서
메가
지금
나르,
거리
메가
세기
나르.
싸움을 하고 있는 건데 나를
나르가 메가 나르가
데미지가
그리고
좀
시우가
부족하지 않나요?
끌어내요. 잭스의 힘으로 팀 플러스기야 한타 대승입니다.
그리고 만약에 루시드가 들어와서
오, 시우.
잭스 위치.
시우.
이렇게 시우와 잭스 그리고 애쉬까지
아.
팀 플러스기와
그리고 미니라를.
시원시원합니다.
시우가
반격으로
마무리하러.
더 돌리면서 시우가
시우까지 결국 잡아냅니다. 팀
팀
플러스기야
플러스기야.
그리고 미드로 전진입니다. 팀 플러스기야 넥서스 두드리면서 승리합니다.
GG.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. As you can see, it is all getting real today. It is time for the final. I am Atlas, this is Wolf, and this is proudly brought to you by SK Telecom, CAS, Logitech, Chizijik, and Powerful X. Wolf, this is an unprecedented moment, and thankfully we have Caster Jun here to introduce it.
Yeah, Caster Jun is doing his opening ceremony here for the finals for the Korean audience in V-Space down in Dongdaemun, where the games took place yesterday. Will be taking place today as well. We're going to welcome D plus Kia to the stage here first.
Yeah, of course, not necessarily qualifying as high as their opposition, but this is a full LCK roster ready to dominate. And yesterday, I mean, it looked like they were going to lose. We can't beat around the bush. You know, it was the first 1 minute into game 2, and I was thinking Gen.G, they are making a clean sweep all the way to the final. And then Showmaker's smolder happened, and all sorts of trains were off rails, and it was then a DK win.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that game 1, they basically won outright, and then they made some big mistakes and lost it. Game 2, they had a huge deficit, but it was the late game scaling of Showmaker Smolder. And then game 3, his play with Lucid on the Yone was fantastic. But of course, their opposition, as an LCK roster, their very first ever finals. It's OK Savings Bank, Breon. This is such an exciting moment for Bro fans because while they did make the finals in 2021's KeSPA Cup, it was their challengers roster.
Yeah.
But this is the roster that we're going to see in the LCK.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, there needs to be that caveat because that was all challenger teams. You couldn't bring an LCK team to the last KeSPA Cup that we saw. That was sort of their way of giving LCK players some time off. This, a little bit of a different story, right? Because this is a tournament where you can have full rosters. Right now, we have 2 full LCK rosters in the final. And so, Bro, if they're able to take down DK here, it will not only deny the three-peat, which is kind of insane because there has been a 3-year gap. But let's go into the interview between the 2 teams to start this off.
자, 결승에 진출을 했고 오케이도 주근행 부렸도 우승할 때가 됐습니다. 어떻게 생각하십니까? 지금 소감이?
일단 되게
네.
조금 긴장되는 것 같기도 하고요. 그래도 최대한 결승전이니만큼 좋은 경기력으로 좋은 경기력 보여드릴 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
네, 또 많은 변화가 있었는데 뭔가 좀 긍정적이지 않나요? 쉽지 않은 경기인데 강팀 다 깨고 왔거든요. 어떻게 생각하세요?
그니까요.
네,
네, 기분이 되게 좋습니다.
그렇습니다. 내년 2025년에 더욱더 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 또 이제 시우 선수 준비하고 있죠. 네, 마이크 부탁드리겠습니다. 시우. 네, 네. 팬들께 인사 한 말씀 하시고.
안녕하세요. 디플러스기아 탑을 맡고 있는 시우입니다.
네, 저 사실 오늘 시우 처음 봤거든요. 대기실에 처음 봤는데 저 보니까 어떠셨어요?
항상 인터넷으로만 뵙다가 실제로 뵈니까 엄청 키도 크시고 잘생기신 것 같아요.
이거 무슨 그 말 듣자 온 건 아니었는데. 네, 이번 시우 어제도 안 뱃살 엄청나게 캐리했거든요.
네.
상대 모넥톤, 하여튼 모건은 잡아야 됩니다. 큰 역할을 맡게 됐는데 각오 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
모건 선수 솔랭에서 만날 때도 잘한다 생각했었는데 오늘 우승컵은 제가 들고 가도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 저도 중계 처음 하면서 진짜 김동진 해설이 매번 시우 하는 거 오늘 한번 저도 외쳐보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 옆에 또 루시드 선수 자리하고 있습니다. 네, 인사 한 말씀 하시고. 예.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 이거 디플러스기아 짧으니까 좋아요. 사실 23, 24 CL이 배출에는 아웃풋 최고의 정글러들은 2분인 것 같거든요. 한박과 루시드. 그래도 올해 또 많은 걸 이뤘잖아요. 뭐 포스트 시즌 가고 월드도 가고 1년 동안 많이 이뤘으니까 정글 차이가 난다는 걸 보여줘야 되지 않겠습니까? 어떻습니까?
제가 23년도에 뛰었을 때는 한박 선수 이름도 못 들었던 것 같아가지고 제가 제대로 보여드리겠습니다.
예, 제가 뭐 CL을 중계하지 않아서 그 팩트 체크가 안 되는데 23년에 본인은 이름도 알려지지 않을 정도였습니까? 어떻습니까? 이 얘기 들으니까 어떠셨어요? 근데 먼저 인사부터 한번 하시고. 예.
네, 안녕하세요. 한박 함유진입니다.
예. 어떻게 생각하세요?
근데 저희가 아마 그때 KT 소속으로 팀 성적은 별로 안 좋았을 텐데 제가 루시드 상대로는 좀 이제 괜찮았던 것 같아서 이름이 기억나시는데 모르는 척 하시는 것 같습니다.
아, 자 그러면 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 사실 LCK 먼저 이제 1군 데뷔도 하시고 지금 잘 나갔거든요. 각오 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
CL에서 만났을 때는 좀 잘한다는 느낌이 있었는데 제가 좀 실력이 늘어서 그런지 1군에서 봤을 때는 그렇게 갭 차이는 크게 느껴지지 않아서 오늘 경기 제가 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 팬들 클로저 선수 자리하고 있습니다. 네, 팬들께 인사 한 말씀 먼저 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 자 클로저 선수. 이래서 자양동에 사는 강모, 휘모 이 해설위원이 롤은 미드 무슨 게임이라고 하는 것 같습니다. 진짜. 네, 미드가 이렇게 바뀐 다음에 그래서 그런지 확실히 지금 어떤 이래서 내가 이적했지. 뭐 좀 긍정적인 평가 좀 듣고 있습니까? 어떻습니까? 팀 내에서 확실히 바뀌었거든요.
그래도 일단 저희 팀 선수들이 잘하는 것도 있지만 제가 와서 이제 좀 화끈한 경기력이 많이 나오지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
내가 맞다 진짜. 예. 그럼 쇼메이커 선수에게 한 말씀 해주신다면 경기 전에 이제
결승에서 쇼메이커 선수 이런 자리는 처음 만나는데 살짝
네.
긴장되지만 그래도 꼭 이겨야 제가 증명할 수 있다고 생각했기 때문에 잘해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 네. 다음 이제 쇼메이커 선수 말씀 나눠보겠습니다. 솔직히 OK저축은행 무료는 미드가 바뀌어서 지금 결승이 왔는데 디플러스 기아는 미드가 안 바뀌어서 온 것 같거든요. 역시 또 쇼메이커 항상 그 자리에 있어야 될 것 같습니다. 일단 팬들께 먼저 인사부터 하시고. 예.
안녕하세요, 쇼메이커입니다.
예. 디플러스 기아 사실 뭐 2020, 21, 24 지금 현재 디펜딩이거든요. 2020년에는 뭐 MVP도 차지하셨고 이번에도 가져가야 되지 않겠습니까? 상대편이 더 클로저거든요. 저렇게 도끼 올랐는데 어떻게 생각하십니까, 클로저?
제가 근데 이미 캐스파컵 우승을 한 적이 있다 보니까
예.
좀 결승전에서 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
예. 상대 미드 교체 위협적입니까? 어떻습니까? 디플러스 기아의 프랜차이즈 스타 입장에서 어떻게 생각하십니까?
솔직히 진짜 잘 모르겠어요. 네.
알겠습니다. 네. 끝으로 각오 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요. 팬들 기대하고 계시거든요.
일단 뭐 저희 팀 결승전 진출하게 됐는데 좋은 모습 보여드리는 게 목표고 이제 좀 상대방 선수들이 결승전 경험이 많이 없다 보니까 이게 제가 준우승도 해보고 우승도 해봤는데 이게 준우승했을 때 진짜 고통스럽거든요. 그걸 한번
예.
느끼게 해주고 싶습니다.
알겠습니다. 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 바텀 듀오 말씀 나눠보도록 하죠. 자, 하이프와 폴로. 솔직히 인사 각각 팬들께 인사 부탁드릴게요.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 하이프입니다.
네. 자, 하이프 선수. 상대 에이밍 선배님이 골드킹 장난 아니거든요. 이번에도 막 거의 죽지도 않으면서 하니까 막 채팅창에 막 골드킹에 뭐 금맥이 하여튼 뭐 온갖 거 다 남았거든요. 어떻게 저 골드킹 오늘 저 골드 다 먹어야 되는 거 아닙니까? 어떤 지표가 제일 중요하다고 생각합니까? 오늘 원딜 대 원딜 대결에서 뭐 킬도 있고 뭐 어시도 있고 뭐 데미지도 있고 골드도 있고 다 있는데 뭐가 제일 중요하다고 생각해요? 에이밍 선수 잡으려면
일단 저번에 경기를 한번 했었는데
예.
확실히 골드킹이라 그런지 이게 제가 2코일 때 3코시더라고요. 그래서 오늘은 좀 골드를 계속 좀 맞춰가는 게 중요한 것 같습니다.
예, 저도 지표 보면서 특히 골드 부분 보면서 중계해 보도록 하겠습니다. 옆에 폴로 선수 자리했습니다. 예, 팬들께 인사 한 말씀.
안녕하세요, 폴로 오동규입니다.
예. 또 베리령이 왔거든 저쪽도. 근데 뭐 짬밥이 다는 아니니까 어떻게 생각하십니까? 오늘 그 베리령 상대로. 예.
뭔가 상대를 뭔가 의식하기보다는 그냥 저희
네.
팀 합을 좀 잘 맞춰가지고 그냥 좀 시원하게 이기도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 이제 당찬거가 좋았고요. 자, 그러면 이제 두 분. 자, 먼저 누구? 이런. 아니, 네, 베리 선수. 우리 디플러스 기아 유니폼으로 3년 만에 다시 복귀했는데 팬들도 많이 정말 환영해 주시는 느낌이거든요. 인사 한 말씀 하셔야겠어요.
안녕하세요. 베릴 조건입니다.
네. 3년 만에 다시 돌아오니까 어때요? 이 유니폼 입고.
뭐 똑같은 것 같습니다.
네. 그 쇼메 어제 인터뷰 봤어요? 그 건희 형 얘기하는 거? 인터뷰 내용 들었어요?
아니요, 못 봤습니다.
네, 뭐라고 했냐면 조건희 선수가 와서 어떻게 생각하십니까? 죄송합니다. 네, 성을 헷갈릴 수 있잖아요. 죄송합니다. 네, 네 죄송합니다. 예. 우리 건희 형이 와서 목소리가 크고 또 친한 형이고 또 게임에서도 목소리가 잘 들리고 든든한 형의 느낌이었다. 이렇게 엄청 칭찬해줬거든요. 어떻게 생각하십니까? 예. 쇼메가 더 잘 받아주니까. 예.
칭찬인지 일단 잘 모르겠습니다.
네, 오늘 폴로 선수가 당차게 절대 지지 않겠다. 뭐 이름값에 밀리지 않겠다 그런 얘기했거든요. 어떻게 생각하십니까?
서폿이 나이 차가 제일 많이 했기 때문에
네.
다른 라인에 더 캐리해야 되지 않나 저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
알겠습니다. 네, 옆에 또 에이밍 선수. 네? 자, 골드킹. 어제도 뭐 거의 죽지 않는 모습. 골드킹이 쓰러지니까 경기가 어려워지는 그런 장면도 만들어냈는데 어때요? 상대편 나는 신의 조합인데 잘해낼 수 있겠습니까?
일단 저희 미드 정글이 너무 자신감이 넘쳐서
네.
네, 오늘
미드 정글이요?
네,
오.
그래서 잘 우리 팀을 믿고 있습니다.
오. 이거 바텀은 뭐 그냥 미드 정글만 믿고 가면 되게 그런 거 아니잖아요. 또 우리 에이밍 베릴인데 어떻게 생각하십니까? 가고. 예.
이제 건희 형이 이제 너무 잘해줘가지고 저는 이제 편하게 게임할 수 있어서 네, 편하게 게임하겠습니다.
네. 오늘도 역시 또 골드 부분은 절대 안 밀리겠죠?
물론이죠.
알겠습니다. 네, 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 양 팀의 선수들과 간략히 말씀 나눠봤습니다. 3년 만에 다시 돌아온 캐스파컵. 과연 우승을 차지할 팀은 어디일지. OK저축은행 불현과 디플러스기아와 OK저축은행 불현의 대망의 결승전을 함께 해주시는 많은 분들의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
Perfect Custodian intro to the KeSPA Cup final. Thank you so much to the players for the interview there. Sorry for no translation, but we can give you a little bit of information.
Yeah.
I think Lucid was the most fun, just saying he had no idea who Humbug was, which I'm pretty sure is just an outright lie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they played against each other a lot during that year. We are going to move into our match points here. Subin from the LCK will be reporting on the Korean side. So I thought the most interesting part of the interview was Kaiser Jun tried to hype up aiming, like, hey, how are you feeling? Like, what's going on? And we're here reporting as well.
Yes.
And aiming was just like, no, I trust my mid jungle.
Yep.
That's it. And then he was like, yeah, but what about you? How about the bottom lane? He was like, no, I trust Barrel too, and Barrel's been making my games easy. So I'm just relaxing. I'm taking it easy. Mid jungle's going to carry. So
Yep.
I think he also acknowledges how big of an impact that Lucid and Showmaker made yesterday and why they're here in this finals. You can take a look at some of the finals history, of course, between teams here in the KeSPA Cup finals. All the way back in 2015, ESC did end up taking that one. No one has ever won the KeSPA Cup multiple times except Damwon, from Damwon Gaming, of course, to Damwon or Kia, now D plus Kia, and they're looking for the back-to-back-to-back. It's been 3 years, but if they win it, they'll be the only team to ever win it 3 times, and 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of crazy. Having a look through history, of course, the first one, ESC ever, that team was kind of incredible. They came out of nowhere, won the KeSPA Cup, and then were immediately disbanded, and a lot of the players going to a lot of different teams all over the world. I was casting the LPL at the time. We had Athena just join. We were like, where did this guy come from? And it's like, well, he won KeSPA Cup, and it was kind of a big deal. And we're having a look here.
Through Bro's history. In
Yeah,
the
through
KeSPA Cup.
Bro's history, dating back to when they weren't even Bro. And having a look at DK, of course, we can see here every name version of DK looking to try and win
That's
a
right.
KeSPA Cup title. It's actually kind of crazy.
Damwon Gaming, Damwon Kia, and now D plus Kia. 2020, 2021, and 2024. Colors aren't filled in just yet because I haven't won that title. We have had every KeSPA Cup decided, if I'm not mistaken, but looking at finals, yeah, I'm looking at it again here now on my paper. The higher seeded team has won every single KeSPA Cup. And the only one that was close was KT versus Longzhu back in 2017. Bro come in as the higher seed for this tournament. So if history repeats itself, they'll actually win their first title as an organization here, which would be insane.
Absolutely. Like, we don't really quite fathom quite how much this would mean for Bro, I think. Like, this is a team that has been struggling towards the bottom of the LCK since their inception. Like, there hasn't been sort of a high point for Bro above, like, we made it to playoffs for the first time and then we're immediately dismissed, right? Like, that was a huge moment for this team, and that was only recently. And we'll see whether they can actually find a victory here, because even making it to runner-up is absolutely gigantic for Bro. So we'll see whether they can do it. Higher seed, definitely going to be important, as we saw as far as what history has said. I just don't know whether that necessarily means anything. It's, oh my God.
Look at those spreads, 52
Bro
to 48.
winning!
But it's the closest I feel like we've seen this entire tournament. 52 to 48, a very contentious finals here in terms of the fan predictions. But Bro winning, again, with Korean votes is something I just did not actually expect coming into today.
And I think maybe some of the League of Legends subredditors have actually figured out how to vote in these things, because I've seen so much Bro fandom. It is absolutely ridiculous. You Giga Chad enthusiasts out there, we are so incredibly proud of you. Of course, DK are a very lovable team as well, and we'll see whether they can get themselves across the line. One of the coolest things is the fact that this is just DK versus Bro from the LCK in a best of 5 before we head into the 2025 season. So a real preview as to what we have to expect, and we'll see who's going to be able to start their season off, theoretically, with a bang with these new rosters.
Yep. Speaking of the rosters, you can see the players on cam now here. Same mainstay roster, same roster we saw yesterday. The same will be true of D plus Kia. I think what we really saw out of this team yesterday was coordination that some teams take over a year to build, and they had it all together this early on, and that's what's so exciting about this roster to me, with Hype kind of feeling like the main character. Of course, still on loan from KT Rolster here for Bro. It's looking like he is the one who's being extremely well facilitated. Morgan having fantastic performances, prioritizing that Renekton quite a bit and finding success with it. And they're just looking like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And then on the side of D plus Kia here, it's really the mid-jungle that is absolutely dominated. I mean, Lucid and Showmaker, they lived and died by this duo.
Yep, they did. And I think there's a reason why aiming is just kind of chilling there towards the bottom side of the map, because even with Shio coming into this roster, they still look extremely dominant. Showmaker and Lucid are only getting better and better as that mid-jungle duo, like you were talking about. And we kind of saw the ceiling of Lucid. We had an idea of what this guy was going to bring. He hasn't hit it yet, right? We saw it in Challenger. We were like, this guy is absolutely ridiculous. And we didn't see it here in 2024, and we'll see whether we start to see it as we move towards 2025 and here in the KeSPA Cup final. As we can see, blue side still looking pretty good for DK. But Bro, really turning things around and being able to find a whole bunch of wins that we weren't really expecting in their match against Helma Life eSports.
It's still insane to me that, I mean, you can look at these records, obviously D plus 8-3, Bro going to be 6-4 here, had a pretty tough route after getting that really high seed, obviously going into the Swiss Interstage. But you look at their gold difference at 15, and you're like, you kind of have to reprogram your brain to be like, oh my God, Bro's dominance that we saw in this tournament is actually insane. It's not just like, okay, they got lucky or they had an easy bracket, it was an off day. They were pretty consistently able to control every single early game across the tournament.
Yep, they were just good. And these two were pretty good as well. Hype, I think, there's a reason why we've been talking about this guy for 3 years. He is just really, really good. Of course, formerly on KT's Challenger roster and still actually contracted to KT on loan to Bro. And I think Bro pretty happy about that outcome. They have been the team that's been experimenting with the loan system quite a lot, as they did it this year as well in their main roster. Not anymore with Gen.G, and it is now DK trying out Hype to see whether he is going to be the guy for their bottom lane. And of course, with all that synergy pre-built with Humbug, I think the team is ready to flourish here. Edgar there behind this team, seeing whether he can bring them to greatness, much like he did with Samsung Galaxy. And on the other side, DK seeing whether they can get that three-peat. Already, the picks and bans are upon us, and LeBlanc, Poppy, and Azir taken away from mainly Showmaker, as there's the Aurora and the Skarner bans, some pretty mandatory ones. We'll see whether Mbessa is going to join them.
I'm also curious about the Renekton here.
True.
For how well Morgan has utilized it leading up into this finals. I don't know if it's necessarily bannable in this situation, but it has been one of the big things they've relied very heavily on so far. It'll be the Mbessa, which is the more expected ban here to come through as the final one. And Humbug is going to get his hands on that first pick Vi.
Yeah, and both Lucid and Humbug are real Vi enthusiasts. We know Lucid does get Vi bans no matter what is happening, but this is another way to do it. You know, you give it to Humbug. He's very happy about having the champion, and then D+ have to deal with what is going to come next. We'll see what Closer is going to bring alongside it as well, because I feel like Closer and Showmaker really utilize Vi very well
Yes.
with a lot of pick-based champions. You can see the LeBlanc band there already. The Ahri is another big one, as Cassante going to be locked in here for Shiu. It is sort of go down the release dates, and you see which one's going to be better towards that top side. It will be the Cassante for Shiu.
Is it going to be Rumble, or sorry, not Rumble, Renekton here? I mean, it could be Rumble, but I don't think so in this draft.
Renekton Ahri sounds like so much early game power.
Yeah, exactly. But you will have to give up the Varus if you get both of those, so they will have to drop one of the two if they wanted to go that route. Also, we've seen the Talia be very well piloted by Closer throughout this event.
Yeah.
In terms of mechanics here, sometimes he's not able to arrive at the right time, or his rotational speed hasn't been as fast as a player like, you know, Faker or Chovy on this pick, but you know, he's been really good at setting up those picks with the seismic shoves, so I like this priority here. It does mean that the top lane will get thinned out a little bit here for Morgan in terms of dealing with that Cassante, but I think these are really strong prio picks. Hambach has been a fantastic Nocturne player. He obviously opted into the Vi this time around, but even with the Aurora ban, Lucid will lock this one away here.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We were seeing Showmaker considering a Yone. Can be a tough matchup into the Talia with all the rocks that are strewn all over the place. But Nocturne going to change things up here on the D+ side. We're going to look for some magic damage there coming from the mid lane, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so. And the question is, what will that magic damage be? Obviously, for D+ here, they want to focus on the top lane. That Renekton I was talking about is just going to be gone here on the side of Bro. See what other mid laners they want to take away. Orianna probably going to be the first one that you want to remove with Nocturne locked in this early. So yeah, you don't get Nocturne Orianna, but at least you get a ban out of Bro, because I feel like that one's pretty mandatory here. How powerful it is in this draft.
Yeah, and I was I want to take a little bit of a step away from the draft just for 1 second as the bans come in, because there was an interesting thing that we saw as far as the KeSPA Cup history. Bro was kind of credited for a Kongdon Monster finals berth, which was interesting, but they acquired Kongdon Monster's spot. They were originally Breon Blade from the Challenger series before it was all franchised and things like this, and we had sort of a Challenger roster for an LCK team. Breon Blade were sort of around the traps for quite some time, and then they acquired the Kongdon Monster spot when they sort of fell out of the LCK. So that's how that accreditation actually arrived, and I was like trying to figure it out. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Kongdon Monster didn't rebrand or anything like that, but no, Kongdon Monster just left, and Breon Blade acquired the spot and became Breon at that time. Is the Silas going to be locked in here for Showmaker? A lot of decent ults to take away, although Talia has often been a picked into Silas intentionally. So I don't know about this one as far as a 1v1 matchup, but there are some pretty good ults to steal.
There are some good ults to steal, but yeah, I'm not 100% sold on this just yet, to be honest. I think it's going to be a really tricky matchup to play out, especially with how good Closer has looked mechanically on this Talia so far this tournament, which is not a pick we used to necessarily associate with him. I think he's really grown and evolved as a mid laner a lot over the last year. We see Rel looking like it might be the lock-in here. It will be that final pick here for Bro, so going to be Rel and Varus in the bottom lane. This does leave up the Renata, and Renata Ashe coming through, I feel like feels like the strongest synergy that we have across the roster here for D+. I mean, the Cassante is always going to be a great front line for any sort of scaling AD carry like the Ashe. That also has a lot of picks, a lot of pick potential, but the Renata just gives you a really strong lane, but might see a lane swap. And I guess they're just going to opt into the Alistar instead here for Barrel. He's been a very good Alistar player across his career, very known for the pick. I kind of feel like I have to pretty strongly favor Bro's draft here, though, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, I think it's kind of poignant that we get Barrel's Alistar in the final here. It was one of the reasons why I believe it was the 2020 KeSPA Cup win that they were able to pick up. It was largely off the back of, you know, some great performances from Beryl back then as well. And his Alistar has definitely been one of the best that we've seen, certainly in his debut World Championship, which was one that he wasn't actually able to win, but he definitely had a great performance there in 2019. So definitely a lot to be excited for as far as D+'s draft if you look at it in a vacuum, but I don't necessarily like how the mid lane is going to function, and I do feel like Bro, as far as a holistic draft is concerned, just have all of the tools necessary to get the job done. I think they're going to be spiking at the right times. They've got a lot of side lane pressure to answer what Showmaker has here in the Silas, And Humbug and Closer, they've shown us already that they can utilize this duo really, really well.
Yeah.
And hype on the Varus, I think, is a great insurance policy.
I think when you have the Nocturne, it can help you out a lot if you have a really strong side laning pushing champion, but it's not as good at shutting down side lanes necessarily, especially when Talia can somewhat match the Sylas or the Nocturne ultimate when they're trying to push onto that Jax, for example. Like, Closer can follow. So it's a little bit tougher here for D+ to control that late game. I'm a little worried about what this first game might look like for them.
I am too, but I'm pretty excited for how the Giga Chads are going to start this one off. It is, of course, a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of adaptation on both sides as possible, and plenty of dubstep. Hey, 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 hey. All right, here we are. And we've got the haze back, and we're feeling really good about that one. It wouldn't be the finals without a whole bunch of haying.
Or fishing.
Yep, or fishing. As Morgan, we'll see whether he can get the coin. What is it? What is it? What is it?
Oh man,
there we
massive
go.
Gold lead for Bro in this early game.
That is actually gigantic. They've got infinitely more gold than DK has as far as extra gold at this point in the game. It is obscene.
Now, D+ are going to be aggressive here at level 1, drop this ward. And even more gold there with the ward spot. So, Bro's just really winning this early game.
It's just a whole... It's so much winning.
Yeah.
I didn't even think they could add to more winning than just the fishing. But they did. They found a way.
Yeah, they don't commit any further to trying to set up any picks or try to harass anybody, because it's going to be a blue start here for Vi. We'll see the Raptor start for Lucid on the Nocturne, quite common. Level 1 for Alistar is going to be not pleasant, let's just say, especially with Hype being able to outrange with his ability here, so with his level 1. So, you know, the poke here is going to be a little bit annoying. Just have to be Barrel hiding in this brush and hoping to get that level 2 as soon as possible.
Yep, does get the money, though,
Nice,
as
yeah.
he punches Polo a little.
That's a good one.
Yep. But because both supports are sitting in the brush, Hype able to utilize that Hail of Arrows to really add a fair bit of harassment towards the DK bottom lane. Aiming already at 50% health is suboptimal, you could say.
Yeah, not feeling great about that one. But also not entirely unexpected. Speaking of not unexpected, a little bit tough, obviously, for Sylas because he's melee into this Talia matchup. And when he can dash, he probably won't want to be most of the time when the Unraveled Earth does get ripped up from the ground. Yeah, this is rough for aiming, man. He's going to have to back at level 1.
Yeah.
And that is not that's not what he wants to be doing, but they didn't actually go for the lane swap. They didn't want to deal with a Jax on the side. It's a little bit surprising. I mean, obviously, you know, the problem with picking Alistar over the Renata that was available is that Renata is both pretty strong into Bro's composition that kind of heavily goes in with the Jax, with the Vi. It also would have been a lot better for them in the laning phase. They sacrificed so much by putting Barrel on this Alistar. You could just see it already in the numbers. I mean, 16-4. This is a big wave he can crash, so he's not going to necessarily be massively behind, but it's just so uncomfortable to play out.
Yeah. And it's not going to get a whole lot better as this game goes on. Of course, you know, rel into Alistar. Alistar does have a fair bit of tools in theory, but it's largely to do with how team fights are going to operate, not necessarily how a laning phase is going to ensue.
They definitely picked the Alistar for the rel, but yeah, in the laning phase, it's the Varus that's the problem for the Alistar.
Yeah. Seismic Shove means that Showmaker is unfortunately having to deal with a whole bunch of rocks. You can see here, as far as CS numbers are concerned, not really a big deal for the Sylas. And Closer is just doing his best to keep the harassment up as much as possible.
Good scry.
Yep, Lucid going to be out of spot Humbug here as Showmaker moving over. Not a lot of mana available here as Closer does get Showmaker's flash. And Humbug uses that Vault Breaker in order to get out of the fear. Closer still coming over even though that mana level is relatively low. Still has like a spell or two in him as that is going to be Humbug locking down the Scuttle Vision, as the fear is going to deter him from getting any more damage down. But DK, not a whole lot of power in this early game. And you can see Bro able to exert their dominance here on the map. And even looking for more. The flash forward. Showmaker has no flash. And so that is just first blood. Going over to Bro. Closer going to be able to grab that.
Really well played by Hambach and Closer. I think they were able to identify very quickly that there was not anything Lucid could do. You know, he's just way weaker than a Vi at this stage at level 4. And he had already used his fear. He had to leave. Showmaker doesn't have flash and greedily goes back to the wave here. Misses the CS as he realizes, oh no, I'm in trouble. I don't have flash.
And he uses his E.
Yeah, and he doesn't have flash because I think he miscalculated, thinking Closer didn't have enough mana for a seismic shove when he went in, sees it on the ground and instantly flashes it. I think he was like, oh, I thought he didn't quite have enough mana for that, which is kind of weird because Showmaker is a big Taliyah player himself. But either way, just a miscalculation there, I think. And after the flash is down, they can just regroup and kill him. So kind of a 1-2 punch there for Bro.
Yeah, it's back-to-back mistakes from Showmaker, just a little bit overly aggressive there in the lane. We'll see whether he does tidy this play up. Of course, not end of the world at this point in time, but Bro still looking at about a 600 gold lead in this early game with a composition that's capable of snowballing it so effectively, right?
Yeah.
Showmaker going to be able to sidestep the seismic shove. Having a look here towards the top side of the map, Morgan is just chilling up against Xiu here on the Cassante. Not necessarily much to talk about as far as like where the scaling is. Both of these champions do kind of different things. You're going to be excelling in a side lane if you are the Jax. You're going to have a whole lot more beefiness if you're the Cassante. And both of them do have a fair bit of teamfight utility as well. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a big deal. Just going to go CS for CS up there. Xiu going for a little bit of an earlier back here. Morgan going to get a more comfortable shove. And that is sort of the end result of the laning phase thus far.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a group up here for the first wave of grubs. As you can see, Closer picked up the tier 2 amp totems. Showmaker got his boots, which will be actually quite significant in this fight if he is able to take it. But he still doesn't have flash. And even if he could steal an ultimate here, like steal a Magnet Storm, it's going to require his team to be able to follow up. Lucid doesn't have his ult either. So this is very difficult for D+ to fight out.
Yeah, they are making their way in, though, as Lucid only level 5. No Paranoia is up, as that is going to be the second grub secured here by a Humbug. Here's the Weave as well. It's now Hype going to get shoved over. Decent amount of damage onto Lucid, though, who's not necessarily able to tank so much here on this front line. And Humbug going to be able to lock down that kill. And now Aiming's trying to get amongst it, able to take down Hype to start this one off. Showmaker's already dead. 3 versus 2 here in the pit. We'll see what Beryl can get done as Aiming. He just gets the hell out of there. The Weaver's Wall is going to say, nope, you are definitely going down. As no flash, no chance, and Closer gets another kill. 2-0-3, 100% kill contribution, sub 7 minutes for the Taliyah.
3 out of 3 grubs as well. Watch how much peel Hype gets in this fight. This is what I'm loving about watching Bro here since the interstage, is just how many resources the team gives to him because they know he's just so incredibly talented. Humbug and Palu really keeping him alive so long here that they could get majority of health bars, the health bar there of Showmaker. And yes, Aiming is going to be able to offer a lot of damage back himself here, but decides, okay, flashing out, but ultimately Closer still has his ultimate here and will be able to chase him down and take him out. So it's a huge win here in this fight. So many kills going over so early on in this game. The Taliyah is now massive. It's not the first time, and I'm feeling like it's not going to be the last time we see an early game Taliyah here from Closer just really get accelerated.
Yeah, and some more crashing down here from Paulo. Aiming, offering some damage back here, though, raining those volleys in as Beryl looking to try and lock down Humbug. He gets feared, has to flash in the end. Showmaker arrives, maybe a little bit too late. So not able to get any kills, but DK at least exerting some pressure, doing something here on this map, which is a step up from what has been happening prior. Ulti comes on through. That Empower doing so much work here from Morgan. Pretty happy for the gap close there from the Q, but is just going to back away. As Xiu still sitting on that ultimate, Morgan knows that he is in danger without things like Counter-Strike available.
Yeah, that was really patiently played by Xiu. I actually thought maybe he was going to die without ulting there, but Morgan didn't quite have the damage. He didn't have to flash either, and now Xiu's got the wave kind of away from Morgan. So what looked like a really nice opportunity for a kill there for Morgan, now it kind of ends up being a loss for him, as he will have to be the first to back here as Cassante's crashing that wave and he has no TP. It's actually going to be Hype who comes down here to try to clean up this wave, so at least they have that opportunity. He's not going to lose too much here. Is the arrow?
The arrow, okay, just going to sail by. Closes says that that is pretty cool. And that's about it. It does manage to get Closer to miss a cannon minion.
Big win.
Yeah, so there we go. Cannon for arrow is going to be the trade there as Hype moving down towards his bottom side once again. Plate almost just going to waste here. I'm pretty sure it actually is just going to send that money to the nether.
I don't think Xiu was able to collect any of that. Too far away, didn't get it recently. Bit of a weird fight here.
Yeah, it's just Palu being frustrating.
He just wants to make sure that Humbug can get the dragon, and I think he will just get away with it because Palu's not actually going to push up too far.
Man.
And Showmaker's having a rough one.
Yeah, and Closer is really, really strong at this point in time. We've mentioned it already. At least Showmaker is still able to keep up in farm, but that is the end of the good news As 2-0-3 means the closer is going to be hitting that item spike so incredibly quickly. It's just wave after wave, plate after plate now. Going to be going over to this Talia. As Lucid at level 7 does have Paranoia up, but Humbug is waiting in the wings. And Showmaker even going to get interrupted here as Lucid does get warded out. There's the Vault Breaker coming on in there as Showmaker steals away the cease and desist. That is going to be Humbug stealing away as well.
This is just hellish, though, for Showmaker.
Yeah.
He's like, I want to get back. I got to get back. Now I got to catch this wave. I'm super low. I'm vulnerable. And Humbug is just standing there walking up to Lucid saying, you can't help him. He's not going home. He's not getting his health back. And Showmaker's just like, guys, I don't know. Why
What
did we
am I
pick
supposed to
Silas
do?
here? And it might have been a Showmaker decision, but man, the Silas pick has really backfired here for DK. And obviously, like you said, with the lead that Closer has, it's just so frustrating. It's already a tough matchup to play out in general, but when he's this accelerated and you're just sitting there trying to catch minions, it is so unfun. And this is just going to guarantee the second wave of grubs to go over to Humbug here. 6 grubs for Jax. That's not an ideal situation if you're a D+ fan.
Nope. And we know that Morgan does like to sit in side lanes. We remember he made it to Worlds by playing Camille and side laning. In a lot of those games, he was like 0-5, and they still won. What's more important, the scoreline or the W? And I think it's probably the W.
Yeah, Archangel's done already when he's sitting at like 170 stacks on his tier.
Yeah.
It really tells you the story of where we're at in this game, and we've seen D+ come back from bigger deficits than this. Remember that game, obviously, with the Smolder, but that game they had a Smolder.
Yeah.
And the Silas isn't known for making 5 champions explode by pressing 1 or 2 Q buttons in the late game. He was more known for his mid-game power, great ult steals. So Showmaker has a long, long road to travel to come back in this one.
Oh,
Flash.
yeah. Actually, Shu finding that flash angle. Flashes forward for Closer here as well, but doesn't get the Q. There's the all-out, though, as now Closer having to deal with an all-outed Cassante, and he just goes down. Morgan now trying to fight him here, and it should be that the Jax might be able to find an angle, but Shiu's just trying to do his very best. Still not going to happen. Morgan on the board as he avenges his mid laner. Still worth for DK, because I think they got some shutdown gold after Closer's death there.
Yeah, they did. But it is still going to be the assist gold going over to Closer. So, like, in total gold, it's kind of about even on this one. And they did get a teleport out of the Jax. The question is, though, can they stop the Jax from actually like getting a plate here? Because Morgan might be able to actually come over here with the shadow here of Humbug. He decides not to. And Showmaker will come over and stop this back potentially, or be in danger.
Ships in the night as Humbug does just go home. Showmaker is allowed to head down here and collect this minion wave, which he is very happy about.
I feel like Showmaker kind of got lucky there. Like, if actually, like, you know, the Jax timing of backing is a little bit later and Humbug ults him there, he might have actually been in some deep, deep trouble. Down teleport, didn't have his ult either. But they don't commit.
Nope, not this time around. And this game, I mean, I don't know whether we should be daring to believe, you know? Because Bro are just looking better right now. The draft looked better, and the gameplay so far has been fantastic. Shiu has been able to make things happen. You can see 115 CS to the 106. This Cassante is big. First item is done, but I think it's going to have to be about Shiu and Lucid really locking down priority targets to make this Bro Phalanx fail.
Yeah,
and then you can have that cleanup with aiming and Showmaker. Right now,
Arrow.
Beryl is making his way in. Arrow is going to connect onto Closer as there's the paranoia to capitalize on it. Aiming in a good position, great pulverize, but in the meantime, Closer is just dead in the top lane. And Bro, slowly bleeding bit by bit as DK are clawing their way back.
Yeah, the Korean word for this type of situation in a pro game is called an accident, actually. But it's what happened,
Is
right?
that a Korean word? I didn't know that.
Well, sagun will be the Korean word for
okay.
it, but yeah. We had a bit of a sagun here where, yes, the arrow was avoided, but then Closer ends up actually, while he's focusing on this turret and is not able to react quickly enough, ends up getting caught. You can see based on the movement of D+, that wasn't really their priority target, but Nocturne allows you to punish someone who gets caught by an arrow like that, and down they go. I mean, I guess it could be that aiming was aiming for Closer there with the trajectory, but we'll never know. Either way, he gets collapsed on there. He gets taken out. It's a huge win for D+. I mean, they're getting these small victories back-to-back here, and eventually, you know, that might be a road back into the game. You know, getting that kill into Closer in the bottom lane, getting that kill into Closer in the top lane, now collapsing on Morgan. Sure, you lost the Herald, Maybe you can make a cross-map happen. Lucid still doesn't have his ult back up, though, so I don't think that's going to happen. But you are keeping the pressure on the Jax, and Jax is not putting his pressure on your turrets with 6 grubs. So small victories, you'll take them where you can get them.
Yep, might be a dragon that Lucid can pick up here, even that one out, but it's first brick going over to Bro. And those coffers well and truly getting lined as Xiu tanking some turret shots here as Beryl is flashing for a potential headbutt pole, but Xiu can't tank the turret for much longer, and Morgan is going to survive. So a little bit of a mishap. As speaking of mishaps, the mishap here is Showmaker existing in this top lane, and he is just going to get obliterated.
No, not existing anymore.
No.
So trying to put that pressure on the bottom turret while they get the Dragon fails here for D+. You can see the plate gold relatively even between these two squads. Just a few additional ones going over to Bro, putting them at 625 to 500. But they don't get that bottom turret. They lose an inner. And a single Dragon will make you feel better since it's an Infernal Soul. It's not Bro sitting on a 2-Dragon lead with 6 grubs. But the extra money they did pick up and the fact that Showmaker is nothing in this game is...
Yeah, arrow coming down. That is going to interrupt the teleport here from Morgan. Didn't opt to flash it as Showmaker is going to collect the kill. You saw Xiu is like, all right, buddy, you are struggling. Let's give this one to you so we can get you back into the game.
That was no accident in this case.
Nope. And now this is not an accident either, as now Hype in a poor position. Might have to flash. Has already used the cleanse, but the flash over the ultimate from Lucid is just gorgeous. He was waiting for it. It happens, and he was ready. And DK leaps and bounds back in, although after losing the turret on the top side of the map, it really is still a uphill battle as far as money is concerned.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a really nice pick, but still the rest of the map is wide open, and with 6 grubs, like, it doesn't even matter if Jax is hitting the turret or not. I mean, Jax is a scary champion to have hitting a turret in this situation, but everyone else could just hit the turret and take it out as well. So really nice arrow here from aiming, good communication that the back is happening here. We might have seen it on the minimap itself, or might have been told by Xiu. And you can see he almost is able to maybe turn this one back, but is not able to. Showmaker committing the teleport just to guarantee that there's nothing that goes on there. Did have to commit it, though, so that's a bit of a frustration. And then Hype is like, okay, they're all bottom. I'll play up deep here, maybe get some damage done. A little bit of greed here, kind of forgetting that Nocturne's engage range is so incredibly high. And he flashes the ult as well.
That was like, because he was in melee range. Like, he saw the windup instantly. Like, it's... Lucid's pretty good at the video game, and Hype is going to bear the brunt of it. But still, I mean, it's almost inconsequential, right? You can look at the top of your screen, and Bro has only extended the gold advantage. Inner turret and outer on the top side of the map is what they were able to get from the mishap bottom lane, and that's really, really good to see that they're able to just continue playing the map like this instead of allowing DK to find their way back into the game with shenanigans and chaos.
Yeah.
And this is something that Bro would have been susceptible to in the past.
And when you have a mage like Talia that has burst, but also can apply Leandri's incredibly well, it's so frustrating for a Cassante who needs to also be able to itemize against this lethality Varus.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, you know, I'm going to get burnt down. And the fact that this Leandri's is done this early means he's just not that tanky.
Ooh, arrow connects onto Hype. Headbutt Pulverize comes in as well. The chains are going to land. Seismic Shove onto 3 is massive, but without Hype, it's so difficult. As Showmaker was spinning around gorgeously, and in the end, it doesn't actually matter. To quote Linkin Park, as it's a double kill for Closer. Xiu is going to stop the wall from being built, and now he dives on in. That's going to be the flash forward. Can he get 2 before this? As, oh my god, if that Q had landed, that would have been a dead Closer and so much money to this Cassante. But in the end, it's not actually able to happen. And DK, it's a decent skirmish, to be perfectly honest, but I think they're still going to lose more.
Yeah, it's the best they could have hoped for. You know, these types of situations are so close to going into their favor despite the deficit. And you can watch this again. It's a really great arrow. Like, he threads the needle here right behind Palu, and they're able to take out Hype instantly. So most of the damage is gone, but it's the seismic shove that comes through. Hambach as well, healing incredibly well in this fight. Like, watch Closer get collapsed on here in just a second. It's a lot of this is Hambach really helping to peel for him. I don't think Closer should have gone in on this. I think that was a little bit greedy. I think they definitely did not need to do that, but it ends up working into their favor here in the end because he is able to take out Xiu. And that Q does miss, so he lives. And that's enough damage to then take out the outer turret in mid. So this gold lead just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger here. Showmaker also lost his arm guard. It gets so much harder from here on out.
It would have been about, like, I don't know, like a 600 gold swing had Shiu actually been able to take down Closer there. I'm pretty sure he still had that 250 gold bounty, or at least close to that. So, just a little bit to the left on that queue. Not the end of the world, though. Still haven't lost yet. And 4,000 gold is, like, it's a big deal, but it's not, like, game-breaking kinds of leads here at 20 minutes.
It's like we said earlier. The leads that D+ have surmounted are bigger than this
another
before.
arrow going to hit. Gets the cleanse immediately as now Polo uses the Magnet Storm. But I don't think Hype is going to be able to survive this one. The entire bottom lane just wiped out as Humbug looking to get over the wall. Blast going to try and escape. Chains of Corruption was stolen, though. That's going to be used to try and take down Humbug. They're going to look to turn it, though, as aiming is going to be taken out. Humbug will die, and now Morgan is in an awkward spot as well. Seismic Shove to try and defend the Jacks. And DK getting a couple of kills, and by a couple I mean 3, and might be able to find something on the map here.
It's going to be tough, though, against this full health, full mana Talia, and that's the problem. Once aiming is dead, it's all melee here on the side of D+. Into this Talia can be tricky. They're trying to take this dragon, but Closer's not going to let it go for free. Jack's here as well. Morgan is ready, and I think D+, even though they have 4 players, 4 health bars, it's all melee against a fed Talia, and that's the problem, is Closer just knows he can continue to zone them. Palu coming over here as well after clearing out some of that vision behind the dragon. That's going to be the first Infernal of the game going their way. As once again, Hype gets caught here by an arrow from aiming. Aiming's arrows this game have been so incredibly good. They've been so magnetic towards the AD carry. That's a big threat. But when you have a fed Talia as a secondary threat, things get really, really difficult once aiming goes down. This Weaver's Wall not only allows him to kind of help collapse in here onto this this Ashe, but really cuts off the rest of the team from peeling. It's very awkward here for aiming to then escape. And Closer's like, all right, I'm hitting shoves, I'm burning with Leandries. You're not as tanky as you think, Alistair. And yeah, there was a really nice wall there from Closer.
Yeah, excellently done to try and play this one defensively, but as you can see, DK have pulled back that gold just a little. Losing out the Drake, certainly a bad thing here for the squad. If they're able to get that, that would have been absolutely huge, to be honest, just because Dragon stacking, I think, is going to be a big win condition here for Bro, who do have, you know, the Varus, who is not necessarily doing as much consistent damage later on into the Ashe, especially with the amount of backline access that DK does have. But as far as scaling is concerned, I guess it doesn't really matter between these two teams. There's certainly a lot on both sides that can get things done late game.
Yeah, I think both teams really enjoy each individual Infernal Dragon, but I feel like it's so easy to apply the soul with Bro's composition if they do get it, because they have the poke from the Varus, the poke from the Talia. You know, the volleys from aiming, if he ends up getting it, we're a ways away from that, but if he ends up getting it, would be huge, as we're going to see an engage.
Yep, there's the cease and desist. Aiming off to the side here is Lucid. Going to have to try and get out of there now. That health bar is not high. The Magnet Storm not really doing too much, though, as Beryl gets himself a decent pulverize, but that's going to send him straight back to the Death Chamber. So one pick. Is that enough to get themselves a Baron, as Humbug decides? It absolutely is, as Morgan just leaps over to him, and Polo is the bouncer for this.
Look at the lack of vision here. D+ have to walk so far forward. They have no idea, so they have to leapfrog in. Shiwa goes first.
Yeah.
But then get past Closer still.
Yep, this Baron down incredibly low. Paranoia's up and available. Is going to get thrown out here as there's the all-out. Shiu gets himself to relative safety at the same time. The Q is fantastic as Shiu locks down one. Showmaker already dead, though. Shiu going to get taken out, and it's Hype with a double. And Bro just think, all right, may as well go back to the Baron.
The problem in this game state is that Showmaker's 1 and 5. I mean, before this 1 and 4, they just don't have two real carries. Bro do. Aiming's going to try his best to make something happen here, but I think it's going to be desperation at best.
Yeah, Beryl is making his way in after respawning once more. Lucid needs to keep that health bar up. As you can see, the volley's actually starting to hurt. That is going to be a cleanse out immediately. Pulverize comes in. Beryl sacrificed his health bar, but they did get one kill back. Is this going to mean that a Baron is going to be possible or not here for Bro, though? That's the question. As Humbug, cease and desist comes through once again. Seismic Shove will be flashed. Aiming's going to have to kite this as the flash forward from Hype says you are not going anywhere. More kills from this guy that's been focused all game long. 5, 4, and 5 for the Varus. And yes, it is another date with the Baron.
Yeah, and, you know, realistically here, you stopped the Baron, but you gave over more gold, and they get the Baron anyways. I think it was a really heroic attempt from aiming a barrel there. They almost had the angle. They almost had enough, but again, it's just this double threat composition. Showmaker's back now, but he's the melee.
Yeah,
Let's see what he can get
look
done.
at this angle. He's got the blast cone, gets into the pit here. As let's see what he can do. Needs to be an absolute hero. Needs to deny a smite. Pulls out the Vi here, as we can see. This is going to be a disaster, but no, Humbug has Vault Breaker, so he just gets back in and it's fine. Weaver's Wall and Closer looking for some revenge against Xiu. These threaded volleys really are hurting. And the piercing arrows too, as Beryl puts himself in harm's way. Nice double pulverize though here as a Magnet Storm comes on through from Polo just to play defense. And I have a feeling that these wallets are just getting lined a little too much. Xiu doesn't appreciate that headbutt because that was a Vi in closer range. And yeah, they are just dropping like flies now. DK, I appreciate the gusto, you know, always wanting to keep trying to fight your way back in. But I think they're fighting their way back into a grave in this particular game.
Yeah, I think D+ have taken some really risky decisions because they were super far behind, and trying to deny those Barons almost worked, right? If they're able to actually win those fights, if the margin's a little bit closer and aiming actually ends up getting a pick there with Barrel going in, or they could get on top of Closer somehow, or if they could stall out just a little bit longer, let the Baron do the extra work, then maybe there's a way back in. And I respect the decision because if you just let the Baron go, then you're threatening, they're going to threaten Inhibitor Siege. Xiu is in a dangerous place right here.
Yeah, Closer he's just a sitting duck, almost literally. Xiu does manage to mitigate some of the CC, but now Hype's going to come in and Barrel's like, well, you're dead. And so he's going to leave in a turret. The next thing here, a reminder that there are 6 grubs, and so this turret is not going to be long for the world, as Humbug just making sure no one's in the area.
There have been a few picks, you know, since we got to the semifinals that we've seen in this tournament that we haven't really been huge fans of. The Zaya we saw, the Ezreal we saw from Viper yesterday, the Silas, where we're kind of raising our eyebrows in draft, and you see it in game. Kind of our fears were realized. Showmaker is not making anywhere near the impact he needed to on this Silas in a tough matchup, and now they're just walking down the base.
Yep, not to mention Lucid not really finding the angles here on this one either. Beryl just going to get eaten. Hype able to lay some arrows into the cow. And Morgan just taking care of this inhibitor turret as well. So 2 inhibitors falling in quick succession. Top wave nowhere in sight. And so if Bro do want to siege this one for the win, it's going to need to be off the back of 2 lanes. And I think they might be able to do it. Barrel's still dead for a little while. 5 versus 4 underneath these turrets. The arrow is going to connect once again. Xiu finds a phenomenal Q. Gets some knockbacks as Showmaker with a Magnet Storm as well is able to put Morgan in the blender. Xiu does get a little bit there as Closer does go down. But Humbug, he's able to fight this one out. And the rest of Bro will be set up just to win. Headbutt back onto Morgan there from Beryl. And Morgan says, I don't really notice you with your silly hooves. I'm just going to kill your Nexus. And that is exactly what they're going to do. Bro, 1-0 up in the series.
Very dominant performance. Stronger draft here on the side of OK Savings Bank Bro. And they just continue that momentum from yesterday. Again, so well coordinated around each other. And when you see stuff like Humbug constantly peeling for Hype with his Vault Breakers, he's not necessarily going on top of aiming, but he just wants to protect his AD carry, protect Hype, and get him into the position to do that maximum damage like on those early grub fights, which really were the main deciding fights for me. Sure, Showmaker had a slight deficit in lane, but it was really when we started getting into those very first skirmishes that they pulled so significantly ahead. Look at Showmaker's damage. I mean, the lack thereof, because...
Is that like a 6th? I think Closer just did 6 times the amount of damage. I mean 5 to 6. Like, that is absurd.
It's not even shocking when you see how the game unfolded in the early game, but I think we really need to take a good hard look at what this draft was for D+, because they locked the Nocturne so early, and it makes the amount of champions that can pair with it so limited. And then, like, even the Syndra that they were hovering might have been a better choice here, to be honest with you.
I mean, I think anything else. I think Teemo would have been better in this particular game. The thing that is really absurd is that we all know, everyone knows, Taliyah is not going to be worried about Silas. It was a pick into Silas. Felt like a checkmate, you know, so many times. Like, Showmaker did it in the past. Like, him and BDD were the guys that were able to just, like, find these Taliyah angles against the Silases every single time. And so let's hope that D+ do not make that mistake again. It is time for us to go to a short break. And then when we get back, it will be game number 2. We will see you on camera right now.
I thought we were going to break. I was putting the microphone down.
Yeah.
I was like, he's doing it. He's closing it.
Yeah, I was ready. I was ramping up for it. But I think it still is time to head towards that break. And so we'll see you in about 10 minutes where Bro will try and do the impossible and get to a match point, or DK trying to bring this to a best of 3. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup final, where Bro just managed to take down DK. Much is the style in this sort of final, because when we're in the KeSPA Cup, it is the highest seed that does the winning. But DK, they have won the last 2 of these events, and I don't know whether they're going to go out without a fight. Although, in game number 1, they kind of did.
There was like a little bit of a fight in game 1. Like they tried to do the play around the Baron. They were able to get some stuff done in the side lanes. They were able to punish Closer twice. Really nice arrows from aiming. I want to say, like, I think because they had a hole in the mid lane and Showmaker was 1 in 5 and the Silas was useless, it did feel like they were kind of playing a game with one hand tied behind their back. And there were still some good moments. So I feel like D+, it's like it feels like they went down without a fight because their fight attempts weren't successful, but I do think they made some of the best decisions they could have with a tough situation. I like their aggressive Baron calls. If they just give the Baron up, then they lose their inhibitors, and like they lose the game anyways, and they were kind of close to making something happen of it. There was just too little too late.
It was. Maybe, yeah, without a fight was probably the wrong way of phrasing it. It was more like without any positive fights from about the early game onward, where Bro really just had a stranglehold. So much of this came down to the draft, though. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of adaptation we're going to get. Of course, I think we expect a move to the blue side for D+. That might mean that it's Lucid that gets his hands on the Vi, or maybe there's going to be a big switch up in which champions are going to get banned. Maybe an Ambessa gets through. Maybe Shiu gets a chance to pop off. Because yesterday, we saw that DK were actually drafting really intelligently, right? Like, even in the game against Gen.G, where they went down 0-2 at the very beginning, they had tools in order to get back into that game. They were able to utilize the Smolder effectively, and it felt like Showmaker, instead of just being a hole, he was more like an ace in the hole, you know?
A lot of the time in these drafts against D+, when D+ is on the red side, they get targeted in draft, right? They lose their big picks, like the LeBlanc, for example. They lose the Vi because it's picked away in B1 in this particular case. But when D+ is on the blue side, you still have to ban those red side bans. You still have to take the Aurora away. You still have to take the Skarner away. So maybe on blue side here, D+ have a little bit more agencies. Maybe something like Showmaker's LeBlanc is something that he feels comfortable he can pop off and carry on. Even though LeBlanc isn't necessarily standard meta, it certainly has been something that Showmaker exclusively in this tournament has found a lot of success with, and those bans do come with it.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I think that getting some comfort, getting a good matchup for Showmaker is going to be very, very important moving into this game, because we know that this guy is also a very emotional player, right? Like, if he has a game like we just saw, it is often difficult for him to bounce back effectively into the next one. And so we'll just see what kind of form he's going to be in, because there's two sort of sides of the coin with Showmaker. Either the loss makes him so mad that he then takes his revenge, or the loss makes him so mad that he just kind of feeds until the end of the series. So we'll just have to see which version it is going to be moving into this game and how it's going to work out. Yeah, it's actually kind of cool seeing Bengi standing behind D+ here as well, as he did recently join the team.
Also cool to see that fan in the audience having an old Damwon jersey from the old days, 2020, it looked like, there, of Showmaker. But Vi going to get banned here on blue side for D+ Kia, actually. Surprised to see that. Morgan's Renekton also taken away. Poppy remains a staple here. We'll see if that final ban is going to be an Aurora here on red side. You'd have to imagine the answer is yes.
Yeah, you'd expect that one to be taken away. Does the Ambessa get banned, though? Because I imagine she was pretty happy with locking that one away first pick. We have seen it move up to the first pick priority, as there is the Cassante ban, which makes angling for that Ambessa.
Exactly.
100%.
It makes it more likely. I would agree with you. And I think if you ban the Ambessa instead here, Showmaker will be happy to play the Aurora.
Yep. And so that one is going to get locked in. I think this is a lot more power for Showmaker in that mid lane, gives him a whole lot more agency. And even if you are playing the Silas in a good matchup, you're still kind of weathering the storm earlier on into the game, whereas Aurora is just a champion with so much extra power within the laning phase that I think it will really suit a Showmaker that's just trying to get his head back in the game.
Oh, for sure. One of the most impressive laners right now in the mid lane. I wonder if we'll see something like a Zyra from Bro, if they're willing to do that. Now, they picked the Nocturne here this early on. I think if you're going to do this, remember, you have to pick something that works really well with it early, like the Orianna. Maybe they actually just lock up the two together and say, look, this is the game plan. You know, we're going to sacrifice a strong pick here before the second ban phase in order to get that duo together, because it did not work out on its own in isolation the last time around.
Yeah.
Rumble, though, to just come in here blind, quite unusual.
Yeah, that's a weird pickup. It does make me feel like Bro are angling for a Yone pick in that mid lane. You know,
Yeah,
as soon as you
I
see
can
a
see
bunch
that.
of extra magic damage from the top side of the map, you're expecting that it's going to be a little bit more physical skewed in the mid lane.
I'm also kind of okay with a quirky mid for closer. It's not really a pick that I like for him in particular, just based on his playstyle, but it could be another one of those 80 picks that works well, at least living through the Aurora laning phase. We've seen that matchup go both ways, but usually when it's a high-profile mid laner, the Aurora does still win against the Corki.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised if a Corki's just going to be locked in here for aiming. Aiming has been one of our Corki bottom lane players, and then denying that from Breon could be a decent idea. Corki has sort of like cropped up as an answer to the Aurora, but not going to be the case.
We talk about some of the comfort picks for D+, some as they play outside the meta, but they play what they're really good at. That Lee Sin for Lucid is definitely fitting the bill on that one. It is one of his best picks all time. The Yone you mentioned will be prioritized over a ranged mid here for closer, and that's closer's way, right? He likes to play melee champions. If he gets the opportunity to in a draft like this, he will definitely take it. But it just makes the Nocturne pick all the more puzzling, because they could have gone for a Sejuani, for example, if they wanted to go down this path. It would have felt like there was a little bit more synergy. It's a little bit tough to play around Equalizer when the lights are off, so it's not to say there's no synergy here, but it is definitely a little bit unusual.
Yeah, I think Humbug just wanted to deny the Nocturne Aurora combination more than pick for their own composition, right? And that can come back to bite you if you don't necessarily find a similar level of synergy on the other side. So far, I think this looks just fine, right? Like turning the lights off and like then being able to dive in with a Yone that's able to find a more clever flank angle in order to get this ultimate to really start a fight properly, and then you layer the Equalizer on top. Like, you can see how it is going to work, but could be a little bit more difficult as the double archery bans coming in here from Bro. And this bottom lane is going to get really thinned out. Maybe hype goes back to something like a Zeri that we saw him find a fair bit of success on yesterday.
I really like the Zeri angle, to be honest with you. I also think that something like an Ezreal wouldn't be too bad here.
Oh, yeah.
Super safe with all of these picks. Like the Kalista, the Ashe, and the Varus, the ones you're most worried about. Now, if you want to go in on the dive, you certainly can do this as well.
Yep.
But now this draft for Bro is just so binary. It is very dive focused. There isn't a whole lot of damage output. There isn't a whole lot of scaling to the late game. If you fall behind early, you could still maybe later on make a big impact. If you fall so far behind you lose control, you are really going to struggle. Aiming, looking for the Xayah, the common trap, as I always call it. Oh, there's a lot of dive. Better pick a safe one. I still think in this case, though, with what they have to set this Xayah up with the Jax, with the Aurora, I think this makes a lot more sense than the one we saw from Viper yesterday.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity. I do find it weird that they're picking the Xayah after they themselves banned the Rakan, and now they're going to lock in an anti-Rakan support. Like, it's very odd. That last ban certainly feels a bit like a waste. As let's see what Polo's going to play. I think like even a Rel, you just go all in on the dive, try and hold them into equalizers, things like that. Instead, it's going to be the Nautilus, adding a bunch more of that CC. And if you do get like R flashes and stuff like that, you can make it so that it's very difficult for aiming to even react to a depth charge. So
you can also,
it's not too bad.
You can also do something like go in flash, ult aiming, force out his ultimate, and then Hambak lands on top of him right after that, and the fear comes through, and then the Yone follows up, because there's just so many different threats. It doesn't even have to necessarily be in that order. You could even start off with an equalizer, and then aiming tries to kite back and ult away, and then he gets caught by something else. The killer instinct comes through. He's not necessarily going to be safe. What I am feeling what will keep him alive and keep him relevant in this game more than his ultimate is the fact that Aurora is going to put her ult on the ground. The fact that Jax can be a great way to peel. Barrel can, of course, just twisted advance on top of somebody who's trying to push through, or use his Nature's Grasp to keep people at arm's length before the fight really goes off in general. So I think this Xayah is not the problem with this draft, but I feel like D+ didn't end up getting some of the best tools that we often do see within the Aurora, like an AD carrier that can follow up so easily, like the Zeri that can clean up after you put that damage down, stuff like that. I feel like Xayah isn't as easy to follow up with And then the side lane split push condition that Shio has potentially on this Jax isn't necessarily going to work if they fall behind to this dive comp early. So this draft, I feel a lot more even than game one's, but I still kind of want to give a slight edge synergy-wise to Bro.
Yep, I think that Bro have once again crafted themselves something that just looks like it's going to work. DK, though, they have Showmaker on someone that's going to be able to do more than 0 damage, and I think that's fantastic, as is this dubstep. Hey! 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 All right. We are hayed up and ready to go. Much like a cow, I guess. No, horses eat a lot of hay. Cows just often graze, don't they?
Yeah.
But I guess like they both can eat hay, though.
That's true.
Let me know in chat, who do you think eats the most hay out of a horse and a cow? That's,
I thought you were going to be between me and you. I was like, it's 100% you.
Do I eat a lot of hay? I haven't eaten that much hay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the person who asks, hey, which one of us do you think eats more hay is probably the one who's more likely to eat more hay.
Yeah.
I think chat would vote you.
I guess that's a good point.
But I know you don't eat hay, so.
No, I'm not.
But chat wouldn't know, you know.
I'm an enthusiast, though, as you can see. That's why I ask a lot of questions about it and say it a lot as we get into KeSPA Cup games. Polo is going to get a bunch of information here and then some money, as you can see, that ward going down.
We're going to see aiming avoid this Kai'Sa matchup initially here. It has mostly been the red side teams that lane swap. And I say that, but it's actually just Hype is matching him, so he doesn't actually get to avoid the matchup, in fact.
Yeah, and in fact, it's Shiu being the support Jax.
Yeah.
Here in this top lane. Kind of cute there, as they are just going to get full information as to what's going on. And maybe Aiming's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Hype already trying to get some damage down. There's the flash out from Aiming as Polo had already flashed in. Beryl turns up to see all of the shenanigans ensuing. See what I thought that Beryl's just going to throw down a flash because he is just a guy that doesn't enjoy that. Shiu teleported to the bottom lane. Okay.
Yeah, so they saw that TP as well, and like, yes, Beryl comes over here, so and he's not going to get hit by that. But like now, Beryl's down a level. You know, Aiming's down half a level here ish. Like he's going to get these minions, and Shiu is down a teleport. Like I feel like this went really not exactly how D plus Kia was planning for it to. Aiming losing both of his summoners because he's got to deal with that plasma. Like he just drops the barrier, then flashes away as Palu comes in. It's a trade of flashes there, but it's just kind of everything went Bro's way there. It's not game ending or anything. It's not like the kills we saw at level 1 for D plus yesterday where you're like, oh man, this game is probably just over because of this. And then that game even wasn't. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it still just feels like everything that D plus did here really backfired. Like they tried to lead the tempo, and now Lucid might be able to change things with a level 3 gank on Lee Sin, but
yeah, there's no flash on Polo.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to be the first ones to be able to capitalize on this one. And there is the flash twisted advance. Gets the Bramble Smash back there as well as Polo trying to taxi his way to Lucid, but it's just not going to work. Aiming might even be delivered this. There it is.
Okay, first blood, 400 gold, going over to the Xayah. And I really thought maybe they played a little bit safer. It's just a really nice gank there from Lucid because, you know, you're not expecting a level 3 gank from a Lee Sin, you know, in this weird lane swap situation. And they punish the fact that Paulo doesn't have flash. Like you said, good target selection. Paulo even played it well, too. It gets the dredge line, gets away, sets up the roots, but with no flash, there was no way he was getting out.
Yeah, they were just a little bit too pressed up as Humbug looking to try and challenge Showmaker here, who did just want to go home. No mana left available, and so he's going to recharge that and head back to the lane, continue trying to get this pressure down. So far, so good as far as mid lane is concerned, but Closer actually, even though he's taken a bunch of abuse in this lane, still managed to get to CS parity before he does eventually go back home. And as you can see, that's exactly what he's going to be doing as soon as this wave is shoved in. So there we go. No harm, no foul. Makes it to level 5 without too much of an issue.
And now we can kind of see the teleport advantage here at work for Morgan because he can back for free and get back to the top lane. Luckily for Shiu, he was able to back first and has actually turned what was a rough start to this lane into an okay when he's down 10 CS, but like the fact that he can get a decent tempo back here instead of a disastrous one while being down teleport is actually pretty good for him because he's going to get back to lane here as Morgan TPs over and shoves, and we'll be able to catch all of those minions.
Yep.
So
we'll also have his teleport back before
yes.
Morgan by a decent margin there as well. So even if he takes some abuse in this lane, might be a get out of jail free card. But right now, he's still pretty in jail. As 16 CS is no small number. That's more than a couple of waves going over to Morgan so far.
Showmaker doing a good job in this lane. You really want to push your advantages as Aurora as much as you can early. So you're trying to get some of the minions that were difficult to hit on last hit under turret. Sometimes you have like a half health ranged minion you want to try to go in and grab so that you can get that when it crashes. So takes a little bit of damage from Morgan, thins out the wave a little bit, and we'll be fine here. Otherwise, for the most part, should be able to get a majority of these.
Yep. Able to clear this one up. So we'll move it back to not even, but not end of the world levels.
It's not getting worse.
Yeah. As the trades certainly aren't getting better, as Counter-Strike is at least going to help him, get some damage back onto Morgan. But as you can see here, Flamespitter just going to allow that wave to continue thundering forward. It's going to be Showmaker finding that cannon. Very nicely done. And he's ahead by a decent margin as well. As you can see, it was actually Closer holding off on the back for quite some time. There's lots of damage here from the Aurora. Humbuck already down to 50% as Lucid getting chased by Morgan. Level 6 available for this Rumble. Does mean that things are very dangerous if they're fighting around these grubs. And bro, I feel like against the tide of the game, they're going to be able to start off these grubs first. Good hook is going to come in. Equalizer has to be just walked over here from Beryl as the ulti comes through from Showmaker, but Closer just finishes off the support. That is an answering kill here for Bro, and I believe they were already able to get one of these grubs. They were indeed. And so Humbuck might be able to get another one, but honestly, I think giving these up is just fine. Aim for the next 3, grab your Void Mites that way, and just say thanks for the good fight.
Any grub you can deny from the Jax is going to feel really good. And just getting that first one there with the smite, when Hambak is going to make a lower impact than Lee Sin will likely make at level 5. Does have level 6 now, but didn't at the moment. And now they can rush over to this dragon. So kind of getting a little bit of both.
Yeah, Q coming forward here as Hype looking for a fight. And Hambak, he'll find aiming. Twisted Advance is going to be spell shielded, so that should be a dead Xayah. And now Beryl wanting to kill this Kai'Sa that's being very frustrating. Bramble Smash going to get it. And now Shiu with the ult running, having to deal with Morgan. I was expecting Morgan to flash on top of it.
Yeah, I actually think he probably should have there. He's not trusting the damage at this point, only sitting on a Darksteel stack and Doran's ring, so...
Maybe not wanting to trade flashes with the Jax, thinking that, a Rumble doesn't necessarily have as much mobility.
Yeah. I could see the angle.
Well, Flamespitter was running out there as Shiu decides that that's his window to attack.
Shiu's got to be careful about making moves like that with the Equalizer coming back so quickly. I don't think it'll affect him in this particular case, but had Hambak been nearby, maybe it actually could have been, while he's trying to catch those minions, his death upon him. A kill going over to the bottom lane as well, getting that on Beryl does feel decent. That he was able to trade that one back at least, so not a huge disaster down there. Gold still D+ favored, and kind of has been since that first blood.
Yep.
And they deny the dragon as well, because that Hambak commits to the kill bottom side instead of just holding dragon, so this ends up being D+, grabbing that objective. So majority of the grubs, dragon goes their way. A much better start in this game than the previous one.
Yep, I would say the key difference is that they're not losing.
Yes.
And that's certainly good. As Lucid on this Lee Sin, one of his favorite champions, of course. In fact, I say this every time, but one of any Korean jungler's favorite champions. Lucid is no different, though, and very, very good on the Lee Sin. Polo moving in, thinking about a bit of an angle here as there's no paranoia, so Hambak not going to elect to contest this one. And it looks like D+ will be able to successfully steal this away. So there we go. Looks like no dive attempts are going to happen, though, as Aiming just pushing the wave in, getting aggressive. Speaking of aggression, Closer taking a lot of damage from Showmaker, as the Unbound Soul doesn't really do him too many favors.
I feel like Closer has handled this matchup very well. I feel like a lot of the Yones that we've seen in this matchup, in those few opportunities where the Aurora is left open, have not found as much parity as he has in terms of CS. He was also able to make a bigger impact on that first Grubs fight, and he knows how to kind of trade aggressively after the cooldowns are down for Showmaker to then be able to clear the minions out. You can see he's significantly down in CS, but we've seen worse. And he's actually got a kill, so the gold lead here is really minimal, if even there is one at all. So it's got to be pretty close between the two of them. As a bit of a swap back up for Hype.
Yeah, Hype moving back towards that top lane. Blade of the Ruin King should be done relatively soon for Closer as well, and we know that that is a gigantic spike for the Yone. Might help him get back into some relevance in this game. Does just go back now, though, so it is just a Vamp Scepter, so still a ways to go as far as that item number 1. And Showmaker in a similar boat, just the Lost Chapter completed. But he is 23 CS ahead, even though he missed that cannon, so -1's in chat. It's not really going to be too much of an issue, as this lead is still pretty big. Now moving towards this upper side river, as we do have grubs spawning in just a little while. And you can see Bro, I think they're going to want to fight for this one. Moving that top side up already. Aiming and Barrel, of course, matching. But Humbug up there in the area, waiting in the wings. And Closer off a fresh back as well. He's going to be able to come on through. So Showmaker hasn't actually gone back home yet. Actually decided that he needed to pick up the minion wave underneath that turret. And so these grubs are going to spawn. Showmaker is likely to teleport in.
Yeah, he has 2 good teleport wards he can go to. And he's going to take the lower one, the safer one. You can see there in the river. And I think this is going to be nigh impossible to fight over unless Closer can find an angle here for Bro.
I think they absolutely need Morgan.
Yeah, they cannot deny. I think they cannot deny, or they need to deny. They cannot allow Jax to get 5 grubs is what I'm really getting at here.
Yeah, Closer's angle actually kind of cool as the Q is going to go wide. First one goes down, though, so best deal for Bro
Morgan's
is to be able to... Okay. Featherstorm comes out in trade for just a hook there from Polo. Bramble Smash goes back. They're looking to try and lock him down, and there he goes. Lucid grabs that kill, but now he's in a whole host of trouble. Closer going back to the Unbound Soul. The flash out from Humbug and Shiu finds no value with the counter-strike. No knockup from Closer, though, who's immediately flashing away. And DK think about that as their go button. Morgan so low, and there is the Empower to take down this Kai'Sa. Another twisted advance forward from Barrel, avoids the knockup as Closer goes back, doesn't get CC'd, but there are no grubs in this one. DK just roll over another fight.
I think Bro really thought that Morgan's teleport flank there was going to be enough to turn the tide. They wanted to commit really heavily around it. The synergy just wasn't there. Jax is so strong in these early skirmishes, obviously with Counter-Strike. And the fact that the Xayah just has more damage output at this stage, because if you can't blow somebody up instantly here as the Kai'Sa, you just really don't do that much damage at this point in time. And you can see the ults coming through here from the Yone isn't really all too impactful, as Closer's now on the wrong side of the fight, can't really help peel. And Hype, there's just not much he can do, because a lot of these early game skirmishes for Bro throughout this tournament have been around Hype, how well he's positioned, how much he's peeled for. But he's just a Kai'Sa here, and even Jax could just kind of by himself run people down at this stage of the game. D+ just way better setup for this one. Bro, I think, weren't in a position to fight, but felt priced into it because they didn't want to give all of those grubs up. They are able to deny 1, so 1 per set here. It gives them 2. But it still means that Jax is a big problem.
Well, aiming, throwing some Qs around. Morgan not going to get snared, though, as the Q went a little bit wide, so not enough feathers on the ground. Morgan is just going to take his leave from this bottom lane, so it might just be that this tower just goes down. Plate going to be taken here by Closer against what feels like the flow of the mid lane. And even the CS numbers completely going back this Yone's way in the last little while. I think Showmaker spending a fair bit of time out of lane, which is certainly a good news story here for Bro. Have actually kept that gold advantage under that 2,000 until now, until these plates were taken towards this bottom lane. They are answering as best they can on the top side of the map. Shiu and Beryl going to come up and try and deny that as Hook is going to hit the wall. There's the Nature's Grasp as Beryl getting back underneath the turret. There's the Paranoia, though. They're looking for this fight. Humbug gets in there, and now Shiu could be in trouble. Polo is tanking that for a very long time, as Humbug as well. But they do get the kill, and they get their Nautilus and the Nocturne out of there. Beryl will be taken out, though, as Showmaker does get an answering kill. The Kai'Sa is dead. He goes into the camouflage, but isn't actually able to net himself any more than this. Lucid grabbing the second dragon. Yeah. It's another Infernal Soul. My God.
Pretty sure aiming also, you've had a lot of those. It's like somebody was listening when we complained about Chemtech. They're like, oh yeah, fine, you can have the interesting one. I think aiming got another plate there in mid. This fight on the top side is so bizarre because like everything misses. Right, like Paulo misses his hook here. Beryl ends up hitting his roots, but they're not going to be able to have a follow-up on that. The TP is forced. And then Closer also messes up his ultimate here because of the timing of Shiwa going in. They still end up getting a lot of damage done here, but it takes so long that Showmaker's able to come over here, teleportless, walks his way in here, and gets some cleanup kills. So there's a big disaster here for Bro. While aiming is getting that push in mid, while they had that push in bottom, or rather the Dragon going over, and the bottom turret is gone now as well. So we look at the gold here for D+. So once again, a nice attempt from Bro to try to make a collapse play happen, but it just did not work out, and kind of put them deeper in the hole here. 250 gold behind on plates, but in the grand scheme of things, 2,000 gold behind in total. 2 dragons behind and 2 grubs behind as well.
Yeah, the 2 dragons, I think, a really important part of this, as Bro want to be able to play with as much tempo as possible. Closer now getting closed in on, though, as we can see, tries to take some cinders to get himself out, as he does unbind the soul, but there are 5 people here. He's so dead. His soul didn't even get back to his body before he was in the death chamber, and that is sort of the result of the 1v5 that we just saw. And I was just about to sing his praises. You know, 103 wasn't doing too bad, hit that item spike, but now he's just going to hit being dead, which is less good. Lucid looking for a bit of an angle as the depth charge comes in. Lots of damage here. Polo knows that he's dead, and he'll be taken out. And so DK should be able to get themselves a very comfortable Rift Herald. But honestly, this game is so different from what we just saw out of them in Game 1.
And we're going to see a teleport flank here.
Yep, teleport out immediately. And yep, he's gone.
It's a Rumble and a Nocturne. Just takes too long, even if they were in range there, to try to set up the fear.
Even gets to teleport right next to Shelly here.
Yep.
It was not like the, I'm just going to teleport to somewhere. It was, I'm going to teleport to the Herald now. That's going to be my way of mitigating this paranoia.
Yep, just teleports to safety and also relevancy. He's like, oh, I'll just help you get this one quicker, and we'll take a top turret. Yeah, this is looking really rough for Bro. I mean, everything is going so well here for D+. And that's, we haven't even really talked about the fact that the scaling elements of D+'s draft, their side lane threats are so much stronger here. We discussed how Bro needed to kind of snowball this game. It's being snowballed against them. So this one is, you know, we were talking last game, like, oh, 4,000 gold lead. That's not necessarily the game ending, but it's looking really rough for Showmaker in particular. This is a 3,000 gold lead where it looks like it might just be done. You know, it might actually just be over because of the way these two compositions collide with each other. This is Shiu playing this well. Clears the vision as well right before the paranoia goes off. TP's out.
Oh, my God. And then didn't even get to see the teleport animation. He was just gone.
Rumble can't interrupt that, and the fear would just, again, take so long that just don't think there was much that was due. It was a smart decision by Shiu.
Really intelligently played. He's going to be able to collect the secondary blue buff here as well. 2.5 minutes until that one goes to everyone, but not quite there yet. And Hype is clinging to as much relevance as he can find this game, but really wants 3 items before he actually feels like he can fight properly. Nash's Tooth Rage Blade, pretty important. Of course, the 2-item spike is strong as well, but you saw in that fight around the Rift Herald, or the Grub Pit as it was then, it's like the Kai'Sa just feels like she doesn't do anything at all.
Well, great at finding isolated targets, you know, but in a 5v5 or a 4v4 skirmish, especially with no real items, she's not great. She's great in the laning phase in the early parts of it, but there are people around. Oh!
Yeah, Polo's going to find the wall here as, it is hard to use Paranoia against a target that just went invisible. As Hook going to connect here from Lucid. He's got Flash, wants to find a kick target, but instead, he's going to find a bunch of bad guys. Beryl looking for the Bramble Smash, gets it onto Humbug, who is going to get caught by just the edge of that Nature's Grasp, and the ulti is going to get interrupted there from Closer, slowed down by the wall and wiped out by D+. They want Polo as well, who's going to flash as the Feather Storm comes in, retracts those feathers and locks down the kill onto this Nautilus as DK. I think they want to get to Game 3 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, this one is looking like it's all over but the crying. I haven't said that in a while, but this is one of those games, you know, where it just does not look like you have any way in whatsoever. Closer's ult getting blocked. Nothing Hype can do. Hype missing his Void Seeker in the early part of the skirmish as well. Really rough.
We need a vision toggle to see, like, Showmaker going invisible right as Humbug pressed ult.
Yep, because if he can click on him, you know, maybe he goes in on that. I don't know if he necessarily wanted to with the rest of the members of D+ coming over, but he couldn't even have the opportunity to. The Void Seeker misses for Hype. He has to then cleanse Barrel's ultimate. He's so far away he can't offer any damage back as the rest of the team gets run down. Barrel blocks Closer's ultimate.
And then Hype just can't come in because there's a giant Thunderdome on the ground.
It's like both the ult here from Showmaker both blocks Hype from coming in and blocks the retreat of the rest of the members there of Bro. It was really well placed by Showmaker. And yeah, Aurora's pretty strong.
Yeah, a much better performance here from Showmaker was what I was about to say. Shadow Flame now complete 205. The entire opposite of what we saw out of Showmaker in game number 1 has occurred here. He's ahead by about 1,200. Not end of the world as far as that particular lead is concerned, but the value of this Aurora is just so high. 9 stacks on his Dark Seal as well. You can imagine he's going to be writing a novel relatively soon. And we know when Showmaker does that he is definitely not feeling tilted after a lost game anymore.
Yeah, it's a good look for the finals, that's for sure.
Yes.
All right, well, I mean, this is if you look at the map here, you can see a very clear goal for D+ is to push up and try to threaten this inner, force Bro around while also getting Baron vision. They have a Jax on the side with Teleport, who can, if left alone, also be a huge problem to deal with. There's no turrets in the bottom lane for him to be hitting anytime soon, but will, of course, make Closer stay down there. It makes it more difficult to fight this vision. So Bro kind of defensively crouching, hunkering down here, trying to make sure that D+ can't get any deeper vision than this. But I think they're just trying to take solace right now in the fact that they think there's not quite enough damage to take Baron out, and they have that bowling alley ward there for the Baron pit itself. So they have a little bit of an idea, but once they see this, they can come over and try to punish, but the turn for D+ is going to be so strong. And Xiu has so many different angles he can teleport to right now on this Jax. It's crazy.
Oh, this ward getting so much value right now as Showmaker. They see him popping over that wall. And so they're able to get out of there before they're in any sort of trouble.
You can see like there's a little bit of a battle between Closer and Xiu on the side lane of like hiding where they are. Am I running up? Am I TPing in? Okay, I'm clearing the wave, turn base. Now they know they're on the Baron here.
High value ward.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually punish. Here's the TP.
Yep, Teleport is going to come on through there from the Rumble. Paranoia comes down as the flash out immediately. And Showmaker gets over the wall, throws down the ultimate for no reason though. Xiu gets a 4-man counter-strike. The equalizer now comes in to try and defend, but it does absolutely nothing. Xiu just single-handedly won the fight for DK in an instant. Oh my god, I can't wait to see this guy in the LCK.
He is so good right now, Atlas, and they're just going to take down this Baron super quickly. There's no way to stop it. And I mean, we saw Closer, he backed, tried to TP in to make an impact, but he's just caught right away. But Xiu's Counter-Strike is the fight maker here for D+. And I mentioned it right before the fight went off. How many wards there are, how many different angles Xiu can operate on. He had the control over the wave as well, so there's no way that Closer could have tried to stop him. Closer backed anyways, but he basically always knew he had free reign. And look at this angle he takes. He's super deep. Look at to the top right of your screen, the angle he actually takes to come in here. He flashes here to
and
get
he finds the 80 carry.
Yeah, it's insane.
And then just says, nah, man, I want 4.
And the equalizer here is only going to mitigate some of the chase power. If it was an even game state, if Xiu doesn't have that Counter-Strike, maybe it's a winnable fight, or at least Bro gets something back. But just the deep vision and the really good methodical warding that we saw from D+ allows for this side lane Jax to come in and make such an impactful flank play. Really well played from D+, and they set that Baron up beautifully.
Yeah, everything absolutely fantastic. Tell you what, though, finding players with that sort of eye for the big play is, you know, something that we've witnessed only a few times in the LCK, right? I think Noguri is a perfect example. I think I saw someone in chat saying, welcome back, Noguri. And I think that, like, that makes a bit of sense, right? He also had that eye for the big play. And Xiu just demonstrated he absolutely has that. When you just walk past the 80 carry to hit 4 people with a stun, like, his job is to kill Hype, right? So you wouldn't blame him for just being like, aha, I can get on top of him. But no, sees the play and bypasses the priority target to just hit the whole team.
You can just see that
so sick.
D+ have really worked together in scrims and how they fight with how the team fights were looking yesterday as well in their game against Gen.G. They know what their focus is going to be when they go to a Baron. It's the big play, it's the multi-stun, it's the long con flank. That's why they preset those wards. That's why he teleported the way he did. And he knows if he hits that big stun with the Counter-Strike, he can set up that flash play. It's just a done deal on the fight. D+ looking really coordinated right now with this guy.
Yeah, and there's also a Infernal Soul on the table for them as well. That's why Bro have made their way out of their base. Oh, God. Closer couldn't even rebind the Soul. He was just dead. There was a Nature's Grasp coming on through as well, so Beryl had them in checkmate just a little bit. Polu doesn't find a hook angle there as the Paranoia comes through from Humbug. Actually decides not to activate it. Hype getting 1 kill onto Beryl, but he is not the target they're looking for. As Aiming walks over the very fiery ground, but it doesn't even really matter here as Showmaker finds himself the double. That was a sick play from Lucid. Pressed a whole bunch of buttons and someone died. And now they grab themselves an ace. That should be an Infernal Soul if they'd like it, or also a dead Nexus if they're feeling so inclined.
We are going to be all tied up here 1-1. After game 2 is an extremely decisive one for D+. Blue side dominance has been the name of the game since our semifinals, so we are just seeing it again on display here.
I want to see that Lucid combo again. I don't even know how necessary it was. I think everyone was just dead in the fight, but it looked really sick.
Yeah, it was so fast.
Yeah. Some of these like execution Lee Sin combos, like if you've seen any of the Korean TikToks, they're all over the place. There's a lot of things I didn't even think you could do. As Hype dives into the backline, actually finds a bit of an angle here as they do manage to take down Showmaker to start this fight up. Beryl at full health, looking to make his way back in as Hype is now out of it. And Shiu, he is well and truly back in, tanking up a couple of Nexus turrets. I don't know whether he necessarily wanted to, as the Q is just barely going to miss.
Hype?
That would have spelt the end of Hype, as now Redemption comes through. And D+ still wanting to just end this game.
I don't think Hype can clear this wave. It's going to be tough.
Yep, there's the Paranoia. Dives in on top of Aiming right now as the Blade Caller not really doing too much, but he has Featherstorm back off cooldown yet again. And speaking of cooldowns, it's Beryl that has his ultimate once more, and that is going to spell the end of game 2. 26.5 minutes. DK just roll over the top here and get their revenge in this best of 5, moving us to an honest best out of 3 to decide who is going to be the KeSPA Cup champion.
Bit of a messy final fight there for D+, but I don't think they care about it. The rest of the game was as clean as you could ask for. Really great plays around the early objectives, the grub fights, the Barons, the teleport from Shiu, and the fact that they have this Aurora to add all of that extra zoning really is a huge boon for them. And I was a little bit worried, I think, like you, after Showmaker had such a rough one in the first game. Obviously, he was playing a tough matchup, right? I mean, he played a game that wasn't fully about his individual skill. It was just the team composition he was playing into, and the lead that they picked up against him made it really difficult. But he had a great game. We saw Aiming have a second great game, right? He made a huge impact in those grub fights. And D+ bouncing back here gives me hope that we have a great finals potentially coming our way.
Yeah. KeSPA Cup trophy there up for grabs here as DK even things out. So we're guaranteed to at least get more than a 3-0, which is exactly what we wanted. This is what I wanted to see, as Showmaker being able to outdamage his opposition must feel a whole lot better than what he experienced in the previous game. Beryl's Maokai actually doing more than I was expecting at the same time, but Aiming getting relevance out of Isaiah is something that we haven't seen so far this tournament and is good to see, although on this graph, we didn't see it, but for me, the clear MVP is Shiu on this Jax.
Yeah, I mean, he made that really big Baron play. He was able to side lane aggressively. His decision-making was frankly very good. And I think he, Lucid, and Beryl all did so much this game, too, to facilitate. So it's just, you know, when we're seeing wins here from either of these teams, and not even just today, but yesterday as well, it looks like everybody is all working together so incredibly well. It's like hard to pick an MVP or a player of the game necessarily when the whole team is really putting in the big work.
Yeah, and we're going to have to pick one because, of course, there is an MVP of the final, and so we'll see who is going to be able to pick that one up. Right now, front runners for me are probably Shiu and Lucid on DK. On Bro, I mean, if we just ignore this particular game, I think it's 100% closer, but Humbug also having a decent one as well. So let's see what happens as we get further into this final. Time for us to take a very short break. When we get back, game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time for game number 3, and we are all tied up. Theoretically, we are now entering a best-of-3 scenario. And once again, Bro will have blue side selection. And I think that that is going to be important. We have seen 2 very different looks from D+ specifically. One was not good, and the other one was very good. And I think side selection and draft had a lot to do with it, largely in that mid lane where Showmaker in game 1 didn't exist, and in game 2 very much did exist.
I feel like both teams, mechanically, coordination-wise, macro-wise, are pretty similar level.
Yeah.
So the drafts are making a really big impact in what tools, obviously, these teams have to utilize to actually utilize their skills and to play well, right? I mean, I know that sounds obvious. That's how League of Legends usually goes. But sometimes, even if you're the stronger team, you might actually, not be impacted as much by a poor draft. Like we've seen it in the past with teams like T1 having a really risky draft and then just stomping somebody anyways. But I think you can afford some of these bans like the LeBlanc on blue side as we move into Game 2's draft here that you can't on red side. And we'll see if D+ makes some adaptations. They do. The Vi is going to be banned this time around on red side. Not 100% sure about banning the Nocturne as well. That means one of the Ambessa and the Aurora is going to come through. They might just try to trade and like even leave the Skarner up and ban like a Renekton here and then go, oh, well, we're red side. We get 2 of the OP picks. You only get 1. I guess that's a possible idea here for D+.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're actually just going to ban the Skarner, give the Aurora, and then say that Ambessa is going to be their stronger option, and then try and find something to take into it. Instead, it's going to be an Ambessa ban on the blue side.
Yeah, I think Bro reading into this quite well.
Yeah, I think this is actually really, really smart, because getting your hands on the Aurora without too much of a give to the other side, I think that feels very, very good. Instead, it's going to be the Azir. That's the adaptation here for DK. And so pick your poison. Is it the Skarner? Is it the Aurora? Which one are they going to elect to choose here in first pick?
I think they should go Aurora. I think she's been the highest impact champion of our red side bans all tournament long. I mean, pretty much since her release. But they're going to go for Humbux Skarner instead here, which does give the Aurora over to Showmaker. Had a pretty dominant performance in lane in the previous game on it. 100% win rate in this finals thus far.
Yeah, I think it's actually really smart. You also, like, the Aurora power has gone down a little bit, given the fact that the Nocturne was already banned away. So I think Skarner feels like a better all-round pick that we haven't really seen since the top 4 actually started, right? Like, it was back in Swiss that we saw him getting through the pick ban a little bit more, and once he started getting rolling and finding a lot of success, then we did see it banned away over and over again. So Aiming, thinking about what he wants to take. I kind of hate just picking Xayah without any real reason to, so they're going to pick the Ashe.
I think he was just teasing us. He's like, I heard the English cast really hates this. Let's troll him for a second. Yeah, there's absolutely no world in which you want to play that over the Varus or the Ashe. They opt into the Ashe, which means the Varus will go over. Ooh. And the Corki we were talking about a little bit in the previous draft for Bro does actually get locked in here for closer. Interesting to see in this particular draft setup compared to the last one. But it is, once again, what we were hoping for is maybe playing that into the Aurora instead of playing a melee champion like the Yone that's going to struggle so much. And this time they do make that adaptation. As Shiu getting his hands on the Jax again here would feel huge.
Yeah, and now they can ban things that the Jax doesn't like away pretty comfortably as well. So I imagine Cassante and Renekton just going to hit the deck.
Absolutely. I think those will definitely be the ban to see.
Never mind.
Gragas is a tech you could see. Something like the Gnar, something that, we've seen commonly.
Yep, and maybe Renekton isn't something they worry about too much. You can, of course, mitigate the stun by just pressing Counter-Strike at the right time, things like that. Like, you can out-skill that matchup. But I just don't know whether risking Morgan's Renekton is something that you really want to do. And he's played this matchup many, many times. So Lee Sin going to be taken away from Lucid. Could even be a Sejuani ban coming in afterwards. Of course, alongside a Skarner, you're not going to feel too worried about picking the Sejuani and just having a whole bunch of extra utility. Not to mention, the Freljordian theme that they have and a Jax that's already there. And so Maokai going to be the next ban away here from DK.
Yeah, I do think Maokai could have been a big problem, whether it's in the top role or the support role here, just because of how easily it shuts down the Jax and makes it difficult for him to team fight, unless you have flank angles, which we did see come through in the last game, obviously. Sejuani, you mentioned, will go over. They banned the Viego instead, and they'll leave pick 4 support here for Barrel in that final spot.
It could be Quadra Freljord. We could actually just have Braum locked in, and it's like a for real Freljord comp. That's actually kind of cool.
Could be.
But we'll see what Brion are going to do here to round this one out. We're looking for Morgan's pick and Polu's pick.
I think it's probably going to be something like a Nautilus here for Polu. The Rumble, you know, we saw... I mean, you can go Rel here too, but again, it's just offers Beryl that Alistair response, which obviously didn't work well in the first game, but this is not the same type of lane setup this time around.
Yeah.
Because like this time you have an Aurora on your team. So this time you have like that extra power, that extra oomph to kind of help out through the mid game and help out through some of those early fights. I would much prefer the Rumble to the Kennen in this draft, though.
Yeah, I just wouldn't prefer the Rumble compared to a lot of everything else, as they are thinking about it. So the Braum's going to come in. Quadra Freljord here from D+. And that is, yeah, it's very cold, but it's also just so much control that they now have.
I mean, it blocks some of the Varus damage, can be very tanky, can be very frustrating to deal with. Works well with Showmaker's ultimate. Once Showmaker kind of sets up where he wants to zone people, then the Braum can toss his ultimate in on top, kind of create a lot of frustration there. In terms of what the Rumble does here in this draft, as long as there isn't a ton of pressure onto Morgan, he can control how that top lane goes, or bottom lane with the lane swap that we'll probably inevitably see here with the Braum level 1. And then the Skarner can... We've seen the synergy where you impale and drag people over the equalizer. That can be very powerful, especially when everyone's fighting inside of, for example, the Aurora ultimate.
True.
So there's a lot of good things to say here about Bro's draft, but I think for me, for the first time, I find D+'s draft to be the stronger one, the more stable one.
Yeah, and on the red side as well, which is the most important part. Being able to get their hands on the Aurora on red is something that we don't see happening all that often, and that was sort of a gamble that they took in this draft, right? By choosing to leave up both the Skarner and the Aurora to make sure that Humbug was forced onto the Scorpion, given the bans that they had already thrown through. We'll just have to see whether it is going to be enough. Because like you say, certainly some tools here for Bro to utilize if they are able to find themselves some good fights where they can get the equalizer into the right position. Hype can then line up the ulti to hold them there even longer. There are certainly a lot of ways that they can make this work, but I think the door is going to be an issue, as well as this Jack Sejuani combo being able to lock down almost anyone if they're discovered in a side lane. And Aurora is, you know, she needs no introduction as far as the amount of damage that she can do.
She crushes both Corki and Rumble in the mid to late game on the side. They just cannot get near her. She will just toss out her combo. She can go stealth, and then, you know, Q, W, Q, and then bam, with the electrocute proccing on top of that, you're just no longer able to interact with her. So you kind of just have to sit back defensively. And the Skarner isn't necessarily going to be the champ that can punish this. Also, I feel like Skarner isn't going to be that powerful at ganking a Jax either, just because he's so mobile. He could just leap strike away, even onto a ward, and be like, all right, cool, nice run by attempt. I'm just out of here. He's mobile enough.
I just like that we do have the full Freljord theme. It is very cool.
It's very cool.
It would have been better if we had something Freljordian for the top lane. What would that be, like a volley bear?
Yeah.
Something like that, if you were to actually have like a top laner.
But I'm glad he's not playing Volibear on the squad.
Yeah, so am I. I also, like, if you wanted a different animal, like the Anivia could have gone up there, very Freljordian, not exactly a top laner either. So we didn't really have too many choices there, but the other four, certainly cool to get that synergy in.
Looks like Humbug's got an issue at this.
Yeah, so it looks like we may not be getting into the game immediately, just trying to make sure that he can hear what's going on. But everything is locked in and ready to go. Just might be that we're going to have to reload or something like that. Just make sure. Hopefully it's like just a cheeky audio issue or something like that.
You can see the referee is communicating with somebody elsewhere with that mic pack, so might be just calling for the observers to remake the lobby.
Might be something like that.
Chance, yeah.
Hopefully it is like that we have the game sorted and it's just a Humbug exclusive issue. That would make things a whole lot better. But right now, still just getting word as to what's going on. Don't really know just yet.
Yeah, just all eyes on him, and the ref was next to him, so we did kind of get the read on that. We get a look at Shiu now as well, though. Man, has really lived up to the hype around him coming into this tournament, and I think coming into the LCK, you know, I feel like he hasn't gotten the hype that like Zeus did before he joined the LCK, and when he came in, he started to play some Gnar games. But I don't know if he wins this tournament, maybe the whisperings get out there a little bit more. You end up seeing a lot more people excited for this guy. He could be the new guy who dominates the top lane that everybody's talking about in just a few months' time.
Yeah.
And you guys get to see it first because you guys are watching KeSPA Cup.
The thing that I'm like, I remember hearing word of like some of the Stove League rumors, right? Like that you get towards the end of Worlds. It's when all of the rumblings start happening of where players are moving and what's going to be the result of you know, the shuffles moving into the next season. And I remember there was a team considering like, I think it was like Saint or Ashiu as far as like who they were going to export from Korea. And I think they decided on Saint or something, according to the rumor. And I think Saint ended up going somewhere else in the end anyway. But them deciding on Saint actually just feels insane to me now. Having seen how good Ashiu has been on this particular DK roster, even though Saint was a decent player himself, I just feel like Ashiu is such an incredible talent.
Yeah,
even this early on.
It's crazy how much talent D plus Kia has produced over the last 2 years. When you look at Lucid, obviously, Poolbay was considered a really strong talent. Rahel went on to do decent things right overseas, and then you have like Thanatos was the previous top laner for this roster, who was super hyped, and everybody really wanted him in the LCK. Ultimately, went to North America. Now Shiu is the next prospect that they were to bring. And it's really the academy system, not even the challengers team, where these players and these talent are identified. Then they're rotated into the challengers roster after they've gotten a little bit of experience there. And then they just start dominating. So it has been really cool to see this organization come up with so much awesome talent and now actually starting to utilize it a little bit more. We were asking for it, 2 years ago. When are we going to see these call-ups?
Yep.
Now it's starting to happen more and more. It doesn't feel like, a lot of the time when you see call-ups for a roster, it feels like it's a budget move. They didn't get the extremely strong, high-profile player, but they just got, the cheaper roster, and they tried to spend money elsewhere. They kept Showmaker, right? They kept the core of this roster the same and brought up each individual piece one at a time. I think D+ might eventually just become a top 3 team again here in the LCK if they can continue to foster that talent.
Yep. Was that a Pikmin for some reason?
Pikmin are so popular in Korea right now, and I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, I really like Pikmin, so that's cool. I also really like dubstep, so that's cool too. Hey! All right, here we are, under the rift for game number 3. Hype already identified here on this bottom side of the map as aiming in barrel. Feeling pretty dangerous at this point. Shiu taking, wow, a lot of poke from just about everything being thrown at him there. As Counter-Strike is going to slow down Morgan a little as Lucid moves over. Let's see how aggressive they are going to go here. As the flash forward just to get that permafrost is going to be able to lock that one down. They get the flash out of Morgan this early on, and they save Shiu's flash as well. And Shiu actually just going to try and deny any sort of back attempt here, as you can see already underneath that turret, as Polu going to crash on top of Beryl right now, aiming able to keep them at arm's length as Showmaker almost landing that, not quite able to do so. So Morgan will be able to get that health back before he wanders towards the top lane. But this will allow Shiu to set up this lane exactly the way he wants to.
He's going to be super happy about this, and he can just start pushing this in right away, walk up to the minions.
Yeah, he can.
This is super frustrating because he's going to get level 2 so much faster. Doesn't actually end up autoing those minions, in fact, but yeah, this is kind of a disaster. This is without the Braum. The Braum is one of the strongest parts of this level 1 for D+, but just a big overextension there on the top side from Bro, especially Morgan, really allows for such a huge advantage. At least Morgan didn't have to teleport back to lane. He could have, but it would have put him in such a bad spot. Yeah, that's not worth it. He's in a bad spot because he didn't TP back in, but, it would have been just worse. The Showmaker,
yeah, taking a lot of damage here from Closer. Does at least get himself an Electrocute proc, but as you can see, down to 200 health already. Gonna have to start chewing through these potions.
That's why I was, kind of saying maybe play Corki last game. It's one of those laners that, with the Gatling gun, could actually fight against Aurora directly, especially in these early levels.
Yeah, level 1 was certainly looking pretty good here for Closer. Just walking up and shooting him from multiple angles. But man, you can see the top side as far as the farm is concerned. It is a good advantage here with Morgan without flash. And if Sejuani is towards the top side of the map, they have no information on where she is right now. And so Morgan's just going to have to always play very defensively because a Scrap Shield speed up is not going to be enough to get him out of dodge, especially against the Leap Strike and all of the tools that you have as a Jax, alongside the Counter Strike, of course, being the most important one, and the almost instant activation of Permafrost from Lucid.
Yeah. Really nice play by Lucid to flash for that Permafrost earlier to guarantee it. I actually love to see moves like that because your flash isn't going to be as valuable as the Rumbles in this case early on.
Yeah.
And just utilizing that extra pressure and the quick identification. I think there were a little bit of happy feeding there from Morgan and Hambuk on the top side at that level 1. They were like, wait, do we win this? And Lucid was sure from the first second. Like, he's like, no, this is actually our fight. We're going to win this. I'm going to continue to push this advantage, and we're going to flash for the Permafrost. We're actually going to get a huge lead out of this. Now, Jax doesn't feel the greatest into the Rumble, so we'll get back some of that power. Morgan will here. And aiming once again in this matchup, not with the Alistair this time, but will be kind of pushed out. We'll have to take a quick back himself.
Yep. Able to hold the wave a little bit there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
you saw
Beryl
the
did.
Bro immediate answer to him trying to come in and just set up the door. Not actually going to be the case. Is now Shio actually going to be lit on fire a little bit here. Morgan doing the stand-in-place strategy, but this is the issue we identified as Shio jumps on top of Morgan. Now the Permafrost angle going to be there. Winter's Wrath not going to land, but it forces Morgan to sidestep, and that is going to be such an easy kill. Oh, the setup, and now First Blood going over to this Jax. Shio having such a great game in Game 2, and now set up once again to do the same.
It's the mid jungle that Aiming credited earlier that is now kind of top jungle that we're seeing dominate here for D+. And yeah, with the early level 1, the flashless Rumble, and Morgan trying to get back control of the lane really ends up being a big disaster for him. He's trying to go over and punish Shio as well before he goes over for the teleport. Fails to get the punish as well. Makes Shio walk a little bit longer before he backs, but isn't really going to be able to turn things around there. Pretty straightforward, like you said, one of the easier ganks.
Yep. Not a great lane state for Shio if Morgan does decide that he wants to hold it. It's always generally difficult to not be pushing as Rumble. You just kind of want to press Q. But he's holding it here, as we can see. And that is going to keep Morgan a little bit safer, at least until this flash comes back off cooldown. That'll mean that Morgan's the one with the flash advantage, and Shio is the one that's going to have to play a little bit more carefully. But that is with a Phage already in hand. He's got some shoes, and Leap Strike is already going to give him that added level of mobility. So we'll see whether he can utilize it here as Hambuk comes up towards that top side. Control Ward is in position. Leap Strike now on cooldown as Shio gonna have to be careful here. Hambuk driving towards him. Isn't going to be able to find too much. No Impale available, but he wants these minions to come over. There's the Leap Strike, and he is going to survive. That being said, he's also without a teleport. So
yeah,
Lucid's already on these grubs. Might be able to get one of them.
Yeah, the timing here is really good for Lucid because he's able to secure this before the rotation comes down. And so despite losing control of the top lane for Shio, at least get that consolation grub. Every single grub counts when we're looking at Jax, like we talked about in the previous game. Didn't end up being a massive side lane threat, but you know what he's capable of. We have seen it so many times.
Yep.
And looking like we're going to see Morgan try to put some pressure on that first plate. I don't know if he'll quite be able to get it, but 2 grubs would be nice.
Barrel flashing forward here. Immediately gets the flash out of hype. And you probably say that that's worth, as Barrel's sort of happy to give his up, has Stand Beside Me as well. And so Lucid coming over, has started off this Dragon already. Closer standing on a ward. Barrel is going to be moving up. And they will be able to take down the Rift Scuttler at least. Polo possibly out of position, but aiming is very, very low. They're still going to go for it, though, as the ulti comes through from Showmaker. What? Hype was there for a second, and now he's just gone. Bro, the rest of them trying to come over and salvage this situation, but the Winter's Bite, there's the concussive blows, and down goes the other bot lane member. That is 2 already for Showmaker, as both solo laners well and truly on the board this game for TK. And even though it's red side, it's looking like more of a Game 2 performance here than a Game 1.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of Bro trying to come over here and contest Dragon while their jungler is late to the party and they don't have any way of getting this Rumble in or anything like that. One of the strongest team fighting powers that your comp is going to have at this point. Well, there's 2, really. It's if Varus gets enough time to poke, sure, that's going to be extremely relevant. If he's got a serrated Dirk in his inventory, he can poke, you can set up an objective slowly, but if you don't have control and you just walk in like that, and you don't have your equalizer, which is the second thing they have in their comp, then you're going to have a bad time.
Well, Showmaker is just going to avoid the impale somehow. I don't know how that even worked, but he walked down at exactly the moment he needed to, and that's going to just barely get out of the way. Yeah, Shock Teemo face is exactly right there. Showmaker, I want to see the replay in ultra slow-mo.
So many impales just completely whiff here in Korea. I mean, I'm not talking about this tournament. I'm talking about LCK as well.
Yeah.
Just kind of wild. I think he just he angled it a little bit too far up as Showmaker was walking down, and it is kind of cone-shaped, that hitbox. So he didn't get hit by it, which is really unfortunate for Bro. This Skarner pick is the one pick when I think about what you could have chosen instead. Like, you could have had Aurora and you had Skarner, and then this Skarner is really difficult to gank with in these lane setups, and then the Aurora has 2 kills now, and I'm like, I'm not trying to say like the game state kind of validates my fears about the draft here for Bro, but I'm kind of saying I feel like this game state validates my fears about Bro.
Yeah. And the utilization of the Skarner just isn't quite there yet. Of course, does tend to get better with age, right? But it's the kind of pick that you want being a member of a frontline that's able to like have a lot of longevity. Is Showmaker in a lot of trouble. Closer does get him to go into stealth, but Foss Bomb actually had landed as the arrow is going to go wide. The Prison doesn't. That's going to get the cleanse out of hype, as now Shiu just getting burnt down. Equalizer going to be invested, but not going to be able to lock down any kills right now.
Okay, he knows that Hambak is coming, so he's going to leave, but that means plates going over here.
Missing out on a lot of farm, too.
Exactly. Closer was almost able to get that plate in mid, but was not quite able to, but should be able to get it in just a moment here. He could TP back to the lane. I think he was considering TPing elsewhere because his bottom lane is under pressure as well. So while there's plate gold going over here for Morgan, it is going over similarly in the bottom lane for Aiming and Barrel, and they are going to get that dragon, albeit a little bit delayed after Bro went for that contest. So it's a late Drake take. They still get the gold from the fight and the dragon itself. Bro getting a little bit out of that top side play there, but I feel like it's not enough to really change the overall game state.
Yep, it is still very close to a 2,000 gold lead here, and now adding a dragon to it is only going to mean worse things. As if we get another Infernal Soul, it'll be Earth, Wind, and Fire, which is really cool, but it'll also mean that we have triple Infernal in a row. So it's likely that that's not happening. We are due a Chemtech Soul. I'm sorry, everyone, but sometimes it is just what you need in order to restore balance and equilibrium to the League of Legends system that we have here. So
yeah, I'd be okay with an Ocean instead, but yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't really, I think maybe Ocean is my least favorite now. I think maybe it is.
I mean,
I like the Rift, you know, the extra brushes and stuff is cute, but I just think the effect does next to nothing with all the dive compositions that we're seeing.
Is up here.
He is really going forward. Also taking way too much damage. Stand Beside Braum does come on through there as Morgan. Let's see what he can actually find. Equalizer not up yet as the ultimate comes through from the Aurora. Still, lots of damage coming down. Shiu now inside this fight, but the double kill for Morgan is massive. They will be able to take him down, but not before he's able to get a couple of kills here in this game. Able to take down both Beryl and Aiming. Closer moving on in as well. They want to get all of these grubs. That will give them that grub advantage. And Bro, all they need to do is get a couple as Shiu dives on top of hype, gets his flash, and now Closer wanted to be able to lock this one down. They get the Valkyrie out though, and the ulti is going to be there. Lucid only just got that one back up and immediately puts it to use, taking down the Varus, and that's going to be another one.
I think we're starting to see some of the lack of experience for some of these players on the side of OK Savings Bank. Brion really reaching here, hoping to steal a grub and potentially throwing the whole game over it. Now, Beryl gets caught here. It's very critical that Morgan doesn't have Equalizer, because look at what happens here with the Chains of Corruption and the Impale. If there's an Equalizer running here, I mean, you're looking at a ton of damage. Lucid and Shiu would be burning half their health right now, and this could look like a completely different story, but instead Morgan dies. He doesn't have that Equalizer. And thankfully, we watched the replay of them hoping to try to snipe with Varus arrows, a grub, and then losing 2 more people and allowing D+ to snowball this game even further. I feel like every time we peek up here, Morgan gets a consolation plate that's trying to make you feel a little bit better if you're a Bro fan. But this game state is almost as bad as Game 2's.
It's not looking so hot, as Barrel's going to be able to stun up Polo here, but it is just supportal combat. Showmaker coming over means that if Polo does stay, he's dead. But I think he's going to get that memo and get the heck out of there as Lucid walks over a ward, but is now moving towards his bottom side. Humbug in position, spotted by a lot of vision as well. Magnet Storm does get Showmaker out of there, has to flash. That is going to be big news, as now Humbug very tanky. The arrow's going to hit, though. The chain CC is happening from everywhere, and they're too scared of Showmaker. He's going to get in with the ulti. Look at that burst damage as Lucid, almost an accidental kill onto Polo, as now Morgan's just trying to sort this situation out. Down goes the Aurora, and Lucid is sure to follow. That flank angle from Morgan just may have saved the game for Pro.
Two huge shutdowns to the Rumble as well. And yes, you, with 4 grubs in the side, is going to pick up some plate gold here. But this is, I think, is the best case scenario for Bro in that skirmish that looked at the outset like it was going to be so D+ favored. But one flank from Morgan, he was willing to sacrifice that plate gold to come over here and make a huge impact. And Closer picks up a kill as well. This is actually so huge, the amount of money that goes over to Bro.
But it's so much more went over to DK.
Yeah.
Getting that first turret, getting even more plates onto aiming there towards the bottom side.
So, yeah, let's talk about this fight for a second, because Paulo zones Showmaker, and then it looks like Bro are going to over-index into this choke point. Hambak ends up getting caught here. He takes so much damage, and it looks doomed from the outset. Great ult from Showmaker, but once we see the rotation over of this Rumble, that's when these kills are going to come through. I said it was a double shutdown. I believe Closer actually got the first kill here. Yeah, he did, so he's going to get the second one there. But still a lot of money going over to this Rumble. Gets 600 gold there nearly off of the kill onto Lucid. So when you look at where the gold is here, the Observer's actually doing a great job of showcasing this. It's still the Jax that has more gold. Like you were kind of pointing out, they ended up getting some kills in that fight themselves. Jax has more gold. Showmaker is super big. He has 4 kills now, 5 Dark Seal stacks. But I think if Bro didn't get anything out of that fight, if they didn't get anything at all, then this is just unplayable. At least the Rumble picks up gold. Hype can cleanse this. But, you know, Closer's getting closer to his 2-item spike. I think there is, like, one more chance in this game for Bro. They get a second lease on life. I mean, I'm not saying they're favored here by any means, but I think without those kills, they're not in this game at all. Now they're just mostly not in it, but there's still a chance for that Corki to hit 2 items.
Yeah, there's sort of like a theory, an option in which, you know, Bro can make something happen. And as well as the fact that we saw what a fight looks like if Bro can actually find some success. We saw hints of it with, you know, the Flame Spitter even, not the Equalizer, but the Impale value that you can get with Rumble and Skarner is very, very high.
Bro need to win this fight. They just gave up a second turret to Jax in the bottom lane. They absolutely cannot allow D+ to pick this up, and they will win. They will win the Herald, but they don't want to fight.
Yeah, and Polo is also taking a fair bit of poke damage here at the same time. You've got Showmaker in that top lane, Jax in the bottom lane. The waves aren't in control at all. DK actually utilizing their free time with the fact that Bro were the ones on that Rift Herald effectively. We've seen so many teams sort of mill about and ask the question as to whether or not they need to be contesting a Rift Herald. DK didn't ask that question. They just sent Shiu into the bottom lane. They sent Showmaker into the top lane. And they just made sure that they were making money this entire time. And that is going to spell a continuation of this 4,000 gold lead. And Shiu's just going to get more and more money.
It's very deliberate, the decision-making here for D+. And that's something that we have really wanted from this team for a really long time, but didn't necessarily have. There was often a lot of indecision around what you're going to do on objectives for D+. They end up going down here and taking this dragon as well, which, depending on what the soul ends up being, might be more valuable. It is another Infernal.
Oh, man. Triple Infernal.
Is it bugged? Like, for real? Like, this keeps happening. It's like attached to a series somehow.
You're like that one guy in chat that just repeats, is it a bug over and over again?
Is bug question mark?
It's actually very confusing. He does it every game. And I'm trying to work out why, and I don't even really know. Maybe I want it to remain a mystery. Perhaps, but
yeah, it's one of our like Korean League of Legends lore bits, like the mysterious mustache man that shows up at the LCK all the time. We don't really know who he is. We don't know his story. I'm sure he's a great guy and all, but I'm like, how do you have this much time to come to every LCK?
Yeah, he just said it is a bug, so I guess I'm proven wrong.
Okay.
It was in fact a bug. As this might not be, as she was just going to find himself Counter-Strike on top of Closer. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, he even had Polo coming on over. Polo says, wow, I can't really help you, buddy. I'm so sorry. Even a Magnet Storm wouldn't have been able to save him there. And so Shiu is like just demonstrating the fact that he is a huge problem.
Yeah, and he's getting larger and larger, you know, as this game continues to go on. Like, who's going to answer him now? I mean, Morgan has to come over here, but that means that the mid lane is opened up. And so D+ are going to siege this significantly. They're trying desperately to clear this wave as quickly as possible, even if Morgan can clear this wave. Shiu gets demolished, proc and pieces out, man. He's like, cool, I just took a third of the turret.
Was that like a Trinity Force demolish and power all at the same time
Yeah.
that took a third of the turret?
Bam, he hits it.
Holy crap. 17 and a half minutes. All right. That's a thing that's happening in this game, and it's been a while. Like, I feel like Jax has been really strong, like especially, you know, towards the end of the meta, like Worlds and things like that this year. But we haven't really seen like the ultra side laning Jax powerhouse that is just impossible to 1v1. We haven't seen as much duelist play necessarily, because a lot of teams are using Jax to team fight. I think like Doran is a perfect example of a player is really, really good at team fighting on Jax. Shiu is really good at demolishing lane on Jax, and he is showing us that right now.
In an even game state, when Aurora gets to 1.5 items, but really when she hits her second item, it's a big problem. If she's going Shadow Flame, we've seen a lot. It's really hard to side lane into her, but hold that thought, Beryl. No, he's fine.
Yeah.
Beryl's just trying to scare me every time. In this game state where Showmaker has 4 kills and 5 Dark Seal stacks, like, Closer just cannot... Like, you saw him just hide in the bush. He's like, okay, cleared the minions. Now I can actually interact with them. I can't be near them if he's near them because he will just kill me or take half of my health bar, and then I can't be there because then he has kill pressure on me, that kind of thing. And the same is true now with this Jax that's super accelerated into the Rumble. You have to be so careful about how you want to clear those waves out. He's always going to have prio. This is not going to be a gank from Hambach. It's just him coming over here to try to shadow, but D+ have their eyes on Baron Vision here. I mean, it's not even spawned yet, but they have so much control.
Well, Arrow is going to connect. Look at that! Everything landing onto Humbug. Now the Chain CC rolls through Permafrost, Glacial Fissure. This is the Freljordian combo. It's the you cannot move and then you're dead.
All the ice. And it's winter right now.
Yep. It's real cold outside.
It's very
as well.
cold outside. It's very cold if you are on the bro side of the rift as well, with all the ice and all the CC coming through. And even a Skarner, as tanky as he is, isn't going to be safe when that lockdown comes through. It's the second time he's been chain CC'd, starting with that arrow from aiming.
So what actually happened? So he got hit by the arrow,
yes,
and then concussive blows activated,
yes,
and then he got hit by permafrost from
yes,
Lucid, and then knocked up by the glacial fissure from Braum then afterwards. And I think at that point, like, he's already being slowed by frost shots, but I think then concussive blows is going to come off cooldown there a little bit. Winter's Bite had landed.
Yeah, he bites, then he concussive blows, then permafrost, then Braum ult. He's just so dead. Sejuani ult as well, just out for good measure there from Lucid.
Oh my god.
I mean, Ash Sejuani has always been a strong combo, and in this case, it's the Braum that's the follow-up. This is going to be a charge here for Bro, but it may come at the cost of some members.
Yeah, there's a point-blank arrow as Humbug does find himself an Impale. That's a decent amount of damage there, but Shiu gets into that back line. Humbug is going to get locked down. There's the auto still. It's some good damage, and the Jax is going to fall because the rest of DK could do nothing. And that is another kill. Double for Hype. And it is never Brover while I'm breathing, Wolf.
Yeah, it's never Brover till it's Brover, and they're just going to go straight to the Baron here. They have a Rumble sitting on 2 items, and this is just going to go down so quickly, even with the kind of awkward state Hype is in right now. He's not in the greatest state to rush a Baron down, but the Rumble will more than make up for it. And with everybody being dead here on D+, it was a really sloppy follow-up there on the TP flank, I have to say, by D+, and... You know, I was going to say that they committed so much, they lost so much to get that Herald, so they wanted to get value out of it. It looked unlikely for them to do so. But they have a big wave here. Teleport's coming through from both Showmaker and Shio here. Showmaker, unfortunately, right into the thick of things, and then Shio shows up into a Rumble's worth of burning damage here, and he's all alone. He's isolated. Aiming can't actually line up with him. And with 280 carries plus the Rumble damage here, it's just a meat grinder that Shio finds him, and he doesn't find the 4-man Counter-Strike this time. He's just burned and arrowed.
Yeah,
it's like he's in Strong Bad's diary, you know, with the Team Girl Squad. And down he goes.
Yeah, and
that's
now
a reference no one will understand.
It's 1,000 gold. As Morgan's going to have to flash away. Glacial Fissure does come on through. There's so much CC everywhere, but it's Shiu that's locked down with that Impale. The tower is helping out as well. And Bro are just doing it better.
I mean,
all of a sudden.
D+ are also kind of starting to to toss this one away. I mean, the last fight, I could give them a little bit of a pass because it was really well played by Bro. I don't think they really expected the damage to come through. Showmaker coming in a little bit disjointed, but this time they kind of just opted in to a comp that is going to catch the dodgeball, so to speak, and answer. Now Hambach's looking for aiming.
Yeah, aiming does still have flash, but not his life.
He didn't use it.
He can now flash out of the death chamber, perhaps. This game... What the hell?
Suddenly, Bro have a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Hello.
It's an 8K swing.
Yeah.
The Baron power play is 6,000 gold, and that's after all of those shutdowns just went over to them.
Watch this here. Like, you arrowed, Barrel is flashing in on Braum to then ult the Rel, who comes in on the flank. He's like, oh no. As soon as he flashes and he sees the Rel, he's like, well, I'm not ulting what I thought I was ulting. That was a bit of an engage Braum into turret and impale, just going straight into melee range of Hambach, and Hambach's probably like raising the question mark.
Yeah, and now Closer from, we were asking questions like, oh, is this really the right call? Now he's 3,000 gold ahead individually.
Yeah.
In this matchup. It's absolutely absurd. The only thing that DK can really be happy about right now is the fact that they do have those 3 dragons stacked up. And so Bro, now with this Baron, or the remainder of it, 40 seconds until that one is down, going to be able to take this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. And
I just don't know if DK ever get prio on a dragon for the rest of this game after what's just occurred.
Well, they're going to have to utilize some better play than what we just saw. As the arrow is going to go wide,
Shield.
Morgan now without flash, you can understand why he's a target, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, Shio was trying to push the inner on the top side. I think gets a little bit of damage done to it, but nothing too significant. Hambach's going to be fine here. It's going to be Closer who catches that top side wave. There's still a long time before the dragon spawns, 2.5 minutes. So, we're looking at an opportunity for D+ to maybe regroup and get something done. In terms of the side lanes, both of those inners are up for Shio to threaten. Ideally, he'd want to be threatening the top side constantly as he is now so that he's on the opposite side of the map as the dragon, and then he can utilize that teleport. Closer will have his back up. Morgan has his right now. But I think Shio somehow has to either hit a giga flank angle or just really hard commit and try to draw resources off the map. Otherwise, Bro going to take this first dragon, you have to imagine. And then they're going to get more and more stats for now a Fed Corki, a very, very strong Rumble, who's actually top damage in the game. And even though Morgan had a really rough start to this game, his impact in these team fights has been incredible. And with his Q, as you pointed out earlier, oftentimes more than with his R button.
Yeah, he just barbecues them. And this is sort of that combo that we were talking about. And when these fights do erupt, there's so much CC happening sort of on both angles. It's hard to kind of keep up. But I feel like Bro are just coordinating theirs a whole lot better, Hype being able to then layer things like the Chains of Corruption over the top of these impales that are going down. Polo getting some good angles with these Magnet Storms. It's just better than what we've been able to see from DK, who have been trying to kill Hambach as quickly as they can. And he's got 2 items, both of which having way too much health on them. Yeah. And you can see already he's sitting at close to 4k HP. Like, it's pretty nuts and how tanky this guy is.
Sometimes it's picking your battles. When an Ash arrow connects, you don't always have to follow up on it if you don't actually have the confidence that you can win that fight. And then their commitment onto the outer turret. Okay, here's a good arrow.
Yeah, arrow going to get collected here as Closer does have the flash available. Look at that damage, though, as we can see. The ulti going to get flashed out of as Winter's Bite just used defensively here from Beryl. So they get the flash out from Closer. And Showmaker still has his on cooldown, but they didn't have to invest too much.
Yeah, I think that it feels pretty okay here because he does have his Malignance. His ult is going to be likely available in the longer part of this fight on the Dragon. So it's not going to be the end of the world. If he doesn't have it for the Dragon fight at all, it feels really bad. And getting the flash out of the Corki feels decent here. I think they wanted more than what they got.
Yep.
D+ kind of... I don't know, kind of hovering around trying to set up Shio here on the top side of the map, but now, Morgan has teleport as well. I'd like to see them try to set up a flank ward on this dragon, something that Shio can utilize because Bro just have full prio, and Showmaker didn't push that bottom wave out fast enough, so they just don't have any deep vision here. You can see they can't see anything at all.
I don't think they want to fight for it. I think they just want to use this to get themselves a little bit of tempo back into the game. And maybe a fight around a Baron is what they're going to look for here. Of course, they do have a buffer of 3 Drakes, so giving away 1 is not going to be in the end of the world, but if they don't do anything for the rest of the game, they're likely to just lose. And you can see already, like, even with the compositions, right? Like, Skarner is going to get better and better, more and more tanky, more and more impossible to kill. Closer's going to do so much damage late into this game. They have a lot of range, and Morgan just finished a Crypt Bloom. Like, he'll then have a Zhonya's built up, maybe a Rabadon's. Like, this Rumble is just going to do so much damage as this game goes on.
I mean, he already has done so much.
Yeah.
And he'll continue to do more and more. And then we start stacking that AP from the Infernal Dragons. Yeah, it's really going to start adding up. I feel like D+ had an angle there to potentially look for a flank if they could get vision, but they failed to do so. They failed to kill Closer. And now they're kind of just, like, you were kind of alluding to it. I don't want to say they're sitting back and losing, but it's just really hard to find an angle because Shio is not so far ahead anymore. It's not really that ahead at all, in fact, over Morgan in any way to where he can really threaten him solo. He needs help, and that means that you need two people to actually put the pressure on these turrets, which means there's one less person clearing Baron vision. There's one less person setting up here on the top side, like Bro are getting very ready for. And if D+ had somehow been able to get Infernal Soul, I think that would have given the longevity they need in this game, would make this 4,000 gold deficit feel so much less, but they just weren't able to do it. And I really like the chances here of Bro taking the lead in this series with what they have set up right now.
Yep, almost exactly 4,000 is that gold advantage, and they have full control of this Baron area. I think they're going to have to stay vigilant. I think DK just proved it themselves that you can throw any sort of lead. As Humbug moving up towards his top side, he can feel free to start whichever fight he wants because he will last for about 15 minutes before he does go down, as we've seen many, many times.
Okay, Shio gets some alone time with his turret. And
yep, something against the flow.
That's finally something. You know, I'm not entirely sure Morgan just abandoned this one, was heading towards the mid lane, I guess, and then down it goes. So that I don't feel like should have necessarily happened, but he's continuing to put that pressure on. Does have his teleport still. Baron is live. They're trying to clear up this vision here in the pit. So far, successful. We need to see some of this poke here from Hype start to land, though, because that's one of the big advantages they have compositionally here is that range poke to stop D+ from getting in without losing a ton of health.
Yeah, Showmaker thinking about trying to get a cheeky pick onto Polu. Able to get a bit of damage down, as we can see there, but he crashes down, grabs that shield. And yeah, so Polu, yeah, softened up a little, but that is all they're really able to do as they try and get in here as the Baron going to get started up. And Polu now going to be discovered here. Beryl with some information gathering. Shiu staying towards this bottom side. And DK just trying to buy as much space as they can. Magnustorm only onto Beryl, but they will be able to get that target unless he's able to flash his way out. The Ignite ticking, and the Equalizer is going to finish him. That means it's not going to be in the rest of this fight, though.
Inhibitor under threat as well. Shiu makes the decision to stay. They buy enough time here to deny the Baron.
Health bars. They're so incredibly low, and if they go back to try and stop Shiu, then maybe they lose the Baron.
Yeah, this is actually huge. Like, this was... It seemed like initially here, with the control that Bro had, that this might have been a call that backfires because Bro has so much damage. They burn the Baron down, rush back home, he doesn't get the inhibitor, and D+ are in a lot of trouble, but they played that fight incredibly well, slowed down Bro, and that's all they needed to do to deny anyone from dealing with this inhibitor push bottom side. Morgan used his teleport to join. Shiu didn't interrupt him, didn't stop him, just let him go, and then hard focused on going over. No one could really come back and stop this. They needed Closer's damage on the Baron. And it's, again, these calls from D+ that we haven't seen from this org consistently over the last 2 years. And we're starting to see it more and more with a huge gold deficit like what they had up against the ropes. Not a whole lot of Baron vision. The Jax play is the right one, and it brings D+ to a really nice spot. Now they've got super minions on the opposite side of the Baron.
He built a Spear of Sojourn from nothing.
Yeah.
That was his back. That's what he did. So that was like 3K in his back pocket that he just wandered home to spend. As Humbug maybe in trouble here as the arrow is going to connect once again. This time Humbug doesn't have too many options, but is able to flash away. This might be getting close to an overextension though as the Equalizer comes in and down goes the Sejuani. Shiu trying to keep himself alive as they at least kill the Rumble, but he takes two with him. Finally Humbug will fall as the Counter-Strike value is gigantic. Aiming free hitting on this one. Shiu almost stays alive as aiming, unfortunately not able to proc the Winter's Bites, the concussive blows, and it's Closer that gets a triple in the end.
So Dragon is spawning here in 15 seconds. It's really only Closer and Palu available here. I mean, it's not even just, it's almost them. They are literally the only ones left. And so they aren't going to really necessarily be able to grab this Dragon, but this fight here is so on a knife's edge. And once again, Humbug finds himself the target. He's able to buy so much time because he's so tanky here for Morgan to show up, drop this Equalizer, And Shiu is also so big at this point and has the Zonias here to actually survive for a little bit longer. Look at how much damage aiming is able to do off the back of Shiu living so long in this fight. It's actually crazy. Almost gets out as well. Great flash from aiming. Takes out Hype. If
Aiming
Hype
needed
lives,
to just hit Closer and Polo once, and maybe he kills all three.
if he doesn't kill Hype there, then they get the dragon.
That's very true, actually.
And I think now, you know, we're going to have a regroup here, and it's going to be another fight. The fact that those super minions there are in the bottom, that's the prize of Shiwa's split push earlier, makes it so difficult to set up here as Bro. They have to keep the Rumble down there, and D+ get to go straight for the Banana Brush control. Morgan here gets to clear this as soon as possible.
The Lord really is taking matters into his own hands here on this Rumble. He is very, very large. And DK able to actually fight finally.
This is the soul.
This dragon.
For them, if they get it.
Oh, Morgan on a flank angle knows exactly where Shiu is. There's the Magnet Storm. Does he have the Zonia's back up and available? The answer is no, because he didn't use it. As Humbug, he's on the dragon, stopping DK from being able to go for that. And without their Jax, that is another dragon that is just going to go the wayside.
Yeah, look
Bro
at
stacking them up now.
Looking at his inventory, too. It looks like it either just came off of cooldown or he just didn't use it there. It's just collapsed on. Went for a
he
flank
did use
angle.
it in the last fight, so maybe it came up.
It must have been
just when he was in the death chamber.
That's my guess as well. But this is going to be Dragon plus Baron plus all of those additional stats for Morgan. I mean, that's what the Dragon means for him. It's a denial, though, of the soul. This is such a close game, or has been so back and forth. But
still a 5,000 gold advantage for Bro.
Yeah, another win here for Bro. It can just deal during this interim while D+ are respawning with the super minion waves in the bottom. Inhibitor's up here in 70 seconds.
And remember, they banned Azir instead of Skarner. And yes, Skarner didn't do all that much in the early game, but he has been a magnet for DK throughout the rest of this game. They cannot, like, it's so hard to kill him. And he's just able to peel so effectively for the rest of this this squad. And yeah, you need certain things to go right in order to get to this point, but as soon as you do, man, this is just feeling more and more hopeless for D+.
It's a triple carry threat, you know? You have to deal with all three of them.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Corki is very difficult to pick when you have the Skarner in the front line denying you access. Like, he's got Valkyrie, you have Edge of Night on Hype, and the Rumble has Azonias. I mean, it's so hard to kill even one of them, but even if you do, you have to deal with the other two.
Apollo taking a lot of burst damage here from Showmaker. Still a relatively squishy member of the team, as right now, Bro going to be able to answer the inhibitor that's down in the bottom lane. DK wanting to leave Shiu on that top side. He gets an inner turret, so they trade that one, and now the rest of DK looking to try and stop some backs here, maybe get themselves to a point where they can take down an inhibitor, but as you can see, they're not able to do so. And with this Baron, it's another plus 2,000 here for Bro, as they still have a minute 20 on that one as well. So Morgan going to push out this top wave. We'll see what else they can actually get done for themselves. As shoot, pick up the cinders, man. They were like right there.
I'd love to see, again, some sort of, like, if anyone could sneak over to the Dragon Pit and drop a ward near the red buff on the opposite side of the pit, somewhere for Shiu to teleport to. His last teleport flank was a big failure. Obviously, we saw that. He just got burned down, didn't use his Zonias, whether he had it or not. He was killed, but I think that's the type of play you need to have as D+ to come back in this game. Because I think just trying to front to back against three fully online carries here, I mean, one of them being full build at this point, is just not going to happen front to back. It's just not going to happen. So, but they look at the vision, their lack thereof. They can't, because of this Baron buff, get anyone down there, can't set up any flank wards.
Yeah, fair bit of poke damage coming out here as the arrow will connect. Once again, it's onto Humbug. Like, guys, we do not want to try and kill the Skarner. It is so hard as he gets an impale. There goes the Jax once again. As this global taunt from this Scorpion is absolutely insane.
I mean, his hitbox is just so huge, it's hard to hit anything but this guy.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. We're struggling to click anyone else. As DK now with only 3 members left alive are milling about underneath their turrets. There's an equalizer to convince them to leave the area, and they'll acquiesce in this particular instance. As Hype now getting in amongst it behind the Nexus. They'll take the next turret. They'll take the Nexus down, and Bro moving to match point here in the KeSPA Cup.
Very big comeback win here for Bro, and a huge toss, I feel, by D+ Kia. We have to acknowledge it. 2 really rough team fights for them towards the latter half of the mid game. And that was where we were like, okay, big mistake here, all right. And then they just tossed another one right back, going for that follow-up with Barrel flashing in to look for his ult when they got the arrow onto a Rumble that was under turret and just found themselves impaled and burnt to a crisp. And Bro, I think, on the other hand, played it out very well. They were able to get the good punish, but they're also probably feeling very relieved after a game state that looked unwinnable for so long. They were able to bring it back, and we've seen D+ on both sides. We've seen incredible comebacks from them in the late game this tournament. We've also seen them, though, toss games away. This is not the first time. Game 1 yesterday, we saw them have a massive lead just like this and make a few big mistakes to give Gen.G the win there. We're going to have to find that consistency. Otherwise, Bro might take the 3-1.
Yeah, and you can see there in the goal graph, very, very funny, was a lot of red until it was a lot of blue, and largely to do with the guy with the flamethrower on the top side of the map, almost triple damage, and that was when Shiu was having a great game. It just unfortunately kind of fell out of his control. Shout out to Humbuck as well. Like, the Scorpion, this Skarner really does need to be looked into. That champion is not okay.
I wasn't a believer at first, you know? I was like, I don't think the skanks very well. And I was like, look, see what I said in the draft? I wasn't sure about this one. They gave the Aurora over. It's clearly getting more value. But yeah, as time went on, he was the only one that was really hit by these engages. He was focused down a few times, but even in those fights in the mid game where we traded 2 for 2 near the red buff, he absorbed so much pressure that Morgan could get 2 more kills and stuff like that. Like, even when he was dying, he was getting value, and then he stopped dying.
Yeah, and being able to convince the enemy to only hit him, I think, worked out extraordinarily well. It's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, can Bro do it? Is it going to be the first championship of anything won by the Bro main roster? We'll just have to find out after the break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We are on the verge of a bro victory if they can take a win in one of the next 2 potential games. They could call it all over right now, though, with a victory. It would have to be on the red side. We haven't seen red side win just yet. D+ were very close to it in our previous game, and we'll see whether bro can also achieve something like that moving into this next one. This is historic times, Wolf. Potentially historic times.
It could be. They are as close to winning as anyone has ever been. Like there have been like last time they played
every team that has ever won has been this close before.
Only one time did it go to 5 games, right? KT versus Longzhu.
Yep.
And then last time D+ beat Bro. Bro was only able to get 1 game. This is of course their challengers teams in 2021. But Bro got 2, and normally like the game, the KeSPA Cup going to 4 games is kind of an anomaly. Usually the higher seed crushes it 3-0. But like I feel like we have to kind of wipe our heads from all the history and stuff. Like we have to just forget about it, like remove it from our brains, because this series has been weird. We saw D+ really toss that one away. We've seen some wacky drafting on both sides. I feel like I can't predict in good conscience either team has an edge going into game 4. Like I can't say that. Like we just have to wait and see.
Wolf has a responsibility to not predict things that are looking relatively unpredictable. And so we are going to abstain from that one as best we can moving into this next game. I'm also feeling exactly the same way. I think it's irresponsible to go for a prediction. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit back and we're going to enjoy. And at first, we're going to enjoy some drafting. Maybe that's when we could potentially go into some predictions, and that is going to be after this very important stage of the game. Because, honestly, you mentioned it earlier on, and these 2 teams on a macro level are looking very similar in skill level. And so if this draft looks like it's one way or the other, maybe that just pushes that team a little bit further in that direction. And I'm looking at more like mid to late game drafts and what they're going to mean as to what happens. So let's get into it right away. As soon as is possible, we need to be into this draft, and here we are.
Okay.
And first off, it is going to be the Viban, as this did work out for D+ last time, so they're going to not change what was working. And the Poppy LeBlanc continuing to be banned away as well. So Aurora and the Skarner both left up on the table.
Yeah. Keeping the LeBlanc ban here. I think D+ will prioritize the Aurora over the Skarner.
I would agree.
Even though we saw that the Skarner won out last time, the early game was just such a problem. But it will be banned by them. So this may just force the Aurora ban in this final slot, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yep. I think maybe even a Nocturne ban instead of an Aurora ban could be smart here. But instead, Ambessa is going to be taken away. So once again, Brion are in this awkward position where they want to pick away a Nocturne, but then they don't want it to just ruin their composition, which is what we saw last time around. So Aurora's going to be locked in. Now, what is the answer going to be?
Why don't we just pick Nocturne Orianna? That's what I've been asking for. You know, if we're going to do Nocturne, got to go Nocturne Orianna. It's the only real strong combo. I feel like they can also go toe-to-toe in lane versus the Aurora. It feels like a safe bet. You could also go Sejuani here and take the... Well, you could take Jax, but I was going to say Yone. Ultimately, you might be able to get both in this draft, but I don't think you necessarily want to anymore. I feel like it's just going to be Jax, Nocturne. Now, when you have a Jax that's pushing hard and the Nocturne can kind of support that, and there's no Talia on the other side, that can work out pretty well. So, going to look for the Azir instead, though. Just give the Nocturne over to Lucid.
Yeah, so the Nocturne Aurora combination going to be available here for Lucid if he would like to go towards it. The Ashe is possible at the same time, but I don't think Ashe has really been all that good in this final that we've seen thus far. I think a little bit more firepower is going to be necessary. I think the Varus has seen a lot more consistency across these games, and denying it from hype I think could be very, very good. There is the Varus lock-in. So D+, I think this is the right kind of adaptation. And she also going to be taking his Cassante into the Jax on the top side of the map as well, something that we have seen be very dangerous. And speaking of danger, like, there is nothing all that tanky that's being picked up here by Brion, especially if Elise Sin's going to be locked in. This does feel a lot more consistent. We did see this not necessarily work out for the second half of the game in game number 3, but Jax Sejuani is so powerful that Brion is still going to go for it.
I think it's great with Azir too, because obviously Azir, if you ult somebody, Azir could then get the automatic follow of Emperor's Divide to pull somebody back. I think we will see Nocturne banned here in this spot. There it goes. On the other side of things here, I think you probably still ban the Ashe, even though the Varus has been outperforming it, because Ashe Sejuani is also a strong power point. So that one's gone. On it's completely obvious bans here so far for the first two. Now it gets a little bit trickier though. They'll take away the Lee Sin that was hovered, which has been a big boon for Lucid. And on the other side here, we might see just another 80 carry ban, but I don't think you're necessarily worried about any picks here.
I think Ezreal probably the next one as far as like power level is concerned.
I'd be happy
fitting the draft.
I'd be happy to play into Ezreal though with this Varus, like we saw yesterday. Even if they lane swap out of the lane. Kalista was one I thought about. You do get heavily outranged, though, by the Varus. And, I mean, with what they have, it could be like a Misfortune Rel. They're going to keep the 80 carry a secret for now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Misfortune, but the Rel priority is actually very curious. Belveth would be a champion that exists within League of Legends. That's as far as I'm going to go there. Renata, an opportunity now, because it is a very face-up support pickup, and so now Beryl can do whatever he would like, and I think support counterpick is very important. This is like kind of dangerous for Bro.
I feel like Bro's gonna play Zeri. Actually, I feel like that's what they're gonna end up locking here, just based on what they've shown and the fact they got this Rel this early. And if it was Renata especially, I'd feel really good about it. Maokai also makes it tough to play Misfortune, but I feel like they're gonna try to go Zeri here. Although,
okay, MF going to be the consideration. We saw Betty really do some work on this champion. Jhin makes me sad.
Not it for me. I'm not about this.
Does allow you to match range, I guess, with the Varus. Gives you some options as well as far as like follow-up CC and stuff like that. But outside of it, not a lot of consistent damage outside of the Azir. And this is another game that is going to be resting pretty firmly on Closer's shoulders.
Absolutely.
He's had a good tournament so far. He's had a good final so far. And he's going to have to do it again here if Bro want to win in a 3-1 fashion. Otherwise, they can grab themselves a red side after a loss here and then try and take game 5. But that's going down to the wire against a team with a lot of players on it that have been there before, right? Like Showmaker and Beryl, no strangers to the tippy top of competition. And so I don't know whether that is necessarily something you want to risk. And Bro doing their very best here. I don't know about the Jhin, but let's see whether Closer can get across the line.
The one thing that I will say where I do like Jhin compositions oftentimes with champions like a Jax, like the Syndra we've seen in the past when Tryndamere was meta, if you have something that's very sticky that can get on top of a carry, the Jhin can follow up from anywhere oftentimes. And they do have some really strong engage. But like you said, I do worry about how we kill Cassante later on. And if Azir ends up taking too much damage or gets caught by a Maokai, has to defensively ult, isn't able to get into range to start Nashor's Tooth and Leandrazing Cassante down, the Jhin just isn't going to offer much damage. That's why I thought they might go for a little bit more of something that's more mobile and can clean up with the Azir a lot better, like the Zeri that we saw hype pilot. We knew it was going to be something unusual, though, when he saved that counter pick or that final pick for the Jhin.
Yeah.
See how it works.
Let's see whether it's going to be a good one as we prepare for game number 4. Match point for Bro, D+, trying to keep themselves in it and bring us to the fabled game 5. And do you know what it calls for? I think it calls for some dubstep, Wolf. Let's do it. Hey!
We got the double dubstep. It's dubstep into the dubstep.
Yeah, it's dubstep. I think is the technical term for it.
Yeah.
Man, the more I look at it, the more I feel like DK kind of walked out of this draft feeling way better.
There's just so many elements of it for me. Like I look at the draft of Bro, and I think on paper it's not a bad draft by any means. I think it definitely can work. Like there's a lot of setup for the Jhin. But when you look at how fights will start off, where you have an amazing front line in this Cassante for D+, you have the zoning of Showmaker's ultimate and his burst damage, and Aiming's burst damage with his long range, it's really easy to get people into Lucid's reset range, where he Heartbreaker's on top of somebody, transforms again, and it's just a really easy setup. I think it takes a lot more finesse for Bro to win with this draft, and Hambach is already starting things off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, Lucid actually proccing his Conqueror, and we'll get a flash out from Hambach. Oh man, that is not what you're looking for. As Morgan just stealing away some experience here in this lane swap. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, if Hambach gets level 2 off of those Raptors, then looks like a different story there, but you really kind of flip a coin on that one. And, came up tails for him, so we'll lose his flash. We'll lose a little bit of time in the jungle as well, so pretty accelerated is Lucid. Morgan got some XP, like you said, and we're going to see otherwise a push from Jin in the bottom lane, but not known for taking fast plates, the Jin.
No, not so much. As Close is going to get slowed down. Good trading here from Showmaker so far early on. As this ward paying dividends here, as if Lucid does it again, it would be a little bit of worry, but it is Hambach that's able to lock things down. Some popcorn chickens likely to go over to Lucid here as his little prize. And he might even be able to get this red as well. Oh man, this is so rough for Hambach.
Yeah, Hambach is also not really set up to have a successful gank here. Post blue Gromp clear. He can maybe put the pressure on Showmaker, but Showmaker will know the timing really well here.
Speaking of timing, Beryl knowing exactly what Polu's going to do. Gets himself the Twisted Advance, but too much else going to happen here as Xiu going aggressive towards Hype. Let's see. I don't know. I'm feeling like First Blood is right around the corner, but we haven't really seen anyone make a too committed move towards doing anything. Hambach just doing his very best to grab some reparations on his jungle clear, which has been a real difficulty. Going to be able to grab some shellfish at least first.
Yeah.
But there is an entire blue side jungle here for Lucid to collect.
He is so significantly ahead right now.
Oh, Beryl looking for a bit of an angle here. Decides not to pull the trigger on the flash as Polo was following him down.
It's so difficult for Hambach to punish Xiu in any way here because obviously, first of all, Hype backed after that last trade. Cassante is incredibly tanky. It's not like he's way too far up in the lane. He's just at the center of it. You can't dive him under turret. It's just not a great AD carry setup to punish the lane swap. Like, Jin does not punish lane swaps very well.
Yeah. And Xiu continuing to take harassment here towards the bottom side. Might actually be in trouble as the crash down comes in. She is lit on fire. And the Q I don't think is going to be enough. Fourth bullet, and that is a dead Cassante.
Well, a little bit of a caster blessing, I suppose, for Jin in this case, but that wasn't really a Jin thing. That was just Palu catch him because he did stay up in the lane, did continue to take damage from Hype, then also got caught by the root there as Palu comes in. So, I don't know if that's supposed to happen.
Went wrong.
Yeah, that was not supposed to happen, I wouldn't say, but it did happen. So, you know what? I'll take it back, I guess.
Yeah, the Jin working out. But it's going to have to continue to do so. I don't know whether this is necessarily going to show exactly how this game is going. And I hope the way that Closer was last standing underneath that turret also doesn't show us what's going to be happening because he won't get very much farm that way. Lucid and Beryl going to be clearing out vision where they can, though. And I think the biggest power point right now for DK is the fact that Lucid is able to get so much more from the jungle. The way that he's utilized the position of his teammates in this game in order to eke out as much as possible, stealing away that first Raptor, but then making sure that everything is then set up to go their way afterwards. It's looked really, really good for this
I mean, you
guy.
can see, despite the first blood, the gold is even, and D+ have gotten these marginal advantages across the lanes. And even though they got the kill onto Xiu, he has teleport. He goes straight back to lane. Obviously, Jin doesn't have that, so he has to go top side. Losing a little bit of control there as well as Hambach is maybe going to set something up here. Again, it's about how far Xiu walks up, your opportunities to gank this Cassante. Diving him is kind of out of the question, but if he's away from that turret, there's a way. His ward fades, but Xiu is already aware of it.
Well, Polo crashed down. The crash part of it definitely standing out in my mind as aiming. Oh, he actually flashed.
Yeah, he did flash. Yeah, he did flash.
I missed the flash, so it just looked silly because we just panned up there. So I apologize, Polly. That was a phenomenal crash down.
Yeah, no, he gets a flash. It's a pretty successful one.
Yeah.
Morgan's starting to put some work on this turret.
Yeah, Demolition Man over here. Going to be able to take that one plate down as the Q is going to miss.
Caused him to miss some CS as well, trying to chase Morgan out of there. And
4
Bro
for
will get the
4? What do
dragon.
you reckon? 4 for 4? Or is this going to be an Infernal? I reckon this is a Cloud. No, it's a Hex deck. Oh, man.
Oh, man, I'm feeling 4 for 4, to be honest.
I'm feeling it, too. I reckon it's going to get a bit fiery in here. It's got to. We've got to have it. We need the Infernal Blessing, as Lucid's going to be able to grab 3 grubs here for DK, continuing his reign of terror over the jungle, as Humbug doing his very best to collect whatever scraps he can find.
Grub-wise, Jackson pick up any of the first 3, so Morgan not feeling great about that. I think ideally would like to at least grab some of these so that he can be a bit of a more large threat in the side lane.
Well, right now there's a very large minion wave that he's dealing with. Still, Humbug is going to be moving over. Counter-Strike not going to get the stun, but I just don't know whether it's going to be good news here as he does go all out. And now Morgan going to be able to close that gap, the flash out, and then the Arctic Assault, but it's not enough. Shiyu able to find the kill. Still, Morgan is able to pick this one up, but a 1-for-1, that feels fantastic as D+. Their position on the map was already really good.
Yeah, it looked really good for Bro there, but Shiyu just outplays. Really nice ultimate to come through there. People don't always expect that damage, and once he has the all-out, he does a ton of it. Still, though, going to be a Jax who's left alone. He will have to back off and head back to the top lane. Shiyu, that is a lot of minions lost up there. So it's not a win for D+, but it's, I think, the best possible scenario here. As Shiyu has given Bro a lot of opportunities to gank him because he continues to try to push his advantages here and go up. But then he all-outs to actually buy some space here. Does have all that extra all-out damage. Slows Humbug here, goes in, gets the flash, but actually just has enough damage here.
Man.
It's actually insane. It's so frustrating to play this
shield,
as Cassante.
dude, that was... Oof. Okay, just
Basically
Cassante
not
gaming.
fair. Yeah,
Yep.
just basically not fair.
Yeah. And then I imagine, like, Shiyu's just telling Showmaker, like, this is fair, this is normal, and Showmaker's like, shut up. Not on that champion, it's not.
He's like, Bluebell, you and I will be talking about this at the Hueshik after this.
That's what I was thinking. As Humbug now moving up to try and go for it again. Q does come back, but Morgan with that counter-strike dives in one more time. There's the flash out. See whether the Permafrost does come in. It does. Glacial Prison down as well. Shiyu gets another clutch shield as Humbug was tanking up the turret, and that is going to be able to keep them all alive. Nicely done from Bro this time around.
They are really punishing this Cassante. I mean, it's not easy, by the way. But they are making it happen as Closer's in trouble.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is just going to miss Lucid. Nicely played there by the DK jungler. That is going to spell the end of Closer.
His flash was like 3 seconds away as well.
Man.
I don't know if it would have necessarily saved him there, but the fact they didn't have it was a good punish there from D+ coming up because he was also a bit overextended. A lot of this early game just feels like solo laners pushing a bit too far, and the police are coming.
Yeah. It is definitely a good idea to try and put this Cassante behind. I just don't know whether they've done a good enough job. Right now, he's not behind in farm, not really behind in experience by that much, right? It's like a level, maybe not even that much. As
Probably
you can
like
see,
half,
level 8 is very, very close. Morgan only just dinged. So as far as experience and things like that, I think Shiyu is still just absolutely fine. Hype taking a fair bit of damage here from aiming towards the bottom side. And Bro, I think, are making some okay moves, but it's just doesn't feel like enough. I feel like they're trying to be too fancy and overextending a little bit, not being able to play efficient League of Legends, and that is leading to this very large camp lead that Lucid has. You know, the advantage that Showmaker has in this mid lane is just getting gigantic.
You mentioned it in the draft as... I have a little bit of action here from Barrel, but doesn't have ult. You mentioned in the draft that Closer's going to really have to be the damage. He's really going to have to be the carry later on in this game. And getting a Jax ahead feels nice. When he gets side lane, he puts the pressure on there and can be a big macro point for objectives later on. But, you know, you'd much rather have 2 kills on your Azir, but it's just not a lane they've been able to punish this game, unfortunately, for Bro.
Ooh. Arctic Assault in here from Humbug. Permafrost is going to come down. Deadly Flourish going to hold Beryl in position, but he flashes away. Now Showmaker in stealth for the moment. They do get the Nature's Grasp out. That might be a way that Bro can get themselves back into this fight as Morgan has slunk around. Closer shifts the sands as Beryl is in leap strike range. There's the Magnus Storm. They waited for it, and they'll take down the Maokai to start this fight off. Showmaker still just trying to get aggressive. Finds the ulti here as in they go. Down goes Polo immediately as now Lucid. He is mounted up and he is good to go. Morgan just getting himself out of there as the curtain call. Still one more bullet left in the chamber, and now Shiu getting involved. Great lead strike from Morgan, but it will not give them any of these grubs. And I believe 6 of them are going to go over to DK. No, never mind. 5 of them.
Yeah, they did get the 1 moments before, but still, obviously, a vast majority of them will be going over to D+. This fight got really wild here. Beryl just barely hitting 6 in time for this. He goes in, sets up the ultimate here to prevent anyone from following up as he gets out. And then Showmaker is ready. He's like, I'm going to do massive damage if you guys continue to push the envelope here. Aiming, also kind of charging up, trying to come in here and collapse. And bro, at this stage in the game, without your Azir here, it's really hard to win these fights. But with a nice setup here with Morgan on the flank, Paulo with the Magnet Storm, end up turning what was a potentially really rough situation into a kill. But Showmaker, as his ult comes online, he is able to force this back. I kind of feel like Bro in this situation, we're kind of priced into this because they gave up the last grub so easily. They weren't able to get anything on their jacks. They wanted to force it. Morgan's like, look, I'm going to go all the way into the blue buff just to make sure we can make something happen here. We really need this. But it's just the power of the Aurora on display. Once again, I cannot believe how many games she's been allowed to be played in here at KeSPA Cup.
And we've seen a few of them sort of go the other direction, but it's going to be a Mountain Salt this time around. And that Hex Drake picked up by DK as well, so it's not going to be that monopoly that we saw the last time, but that didn't really seem to mean too much. The Dragons haven't been all that impactful as Hype fighting against aiming here. Mana advantage going to be for the Jhin, but outside of that, it's just going to be trading minion waves over and over again. One good thing is that Closer was able to close the distance between himself and Showmaker as far as farm. So that might be something that we can bear in mind.
Might be able to get more.
Yeah, Shiu also could be in a little bit of trouble here at the same time as he does get the 3rd activation on the queue. Back is going to get started though, and Humbug, he's just going to go back home. Closer needs to be careful.
Paulo also was shadowing here, so they had both Humbug and Paulo here so that Closer could guarantee to get that Nashor's Tooth plate. This is the big moment here for the mid game where the Azir has Nashor's Tooth and can rip those turrets off the map, at least the plates. Morgan up here laning into Showmaker on this Aurora isn't going to be, even though he's up a kill here on the Aurora, he's still a melee champion into a champ that has a great ultimate to shut him down. Some extra mobility there. It even has the weirding to kind of buy that extra space, so it's not like he's going to be taken over this side lane anytime soon. He needs a little bit of help, and that's what he's going to get here. Is this time they move the shadow to the top side. They're kind of following Shiu around on the map right now and trying to put the pressure on him, whether that's bottom lane or now top lane.
Yeah, I think they're recognizing that killing the Cassante going to be really, really hard. They may turn their attention to Beryl, though, who is looking to try and clear out vision, and that is not going to be something that Bro really wants to put up with. Plate gold certainly in their favor, being able to pick up an extra 500 there, but I don't know whether that's going to be the be-all and end-all here. This game is still so close.
It really is. Hype losing half of his health bar there.
Yeah.
This is the problem of laning into Varus in the mid game, in the mid lane. He just throws a combo out. Ooh,
yeah, Emperor's Divide going to be dodged there by Showmaker really nicely. Still a decent amount of damage, but just able to slink behind the veil, and everything is fine.
Not over yet, though.
Yeah, true. You mentioned that Nash's Tooth. You can see it getting to work now as Showmaker, I don't know whether he's going to be able to stay stealth for long enough. Does have to flash as Permafrost should be coming in there. There it is, and the ulti to finish him off from Humbug. He didn't want to use it, but he is going to do so just to make sure that he can get the kill. So now the Sejuani able to get something done as Aiming's moving in alongside Beryl. Twisted Advance means that I don't think Humbug's getting out of this one unless he's running as fast as he can. The Nature is going to grasp at him, though, and there goes the kill. Over to Aiming, and that is going to be his first of the game. Closer now could be in trouble as Shifting Sands with some conquering done, and that is going to be Closer out of there.
Yeah, they just didn't actually kill fast enough the target they were looking for there in Showmaker, so it gave some rotational time there for Dubless to come over and punish. They're going to go ahead and drop this Herald down, steal away the blue buff, and we have a pause.
Okay.
Humbug seems to be the focus of said pause here again.
Yeah, once again,
not,
the ref.
Actually.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's Closer that looks to be the problem point, or at least that's where the ref is. We'll see exactly how this one is going to resolve itself, if it does indeed. We'll get word to you as soon as we possibly can if we get any information. but right now. Closer's monitor just kind of turned off. So that is a problem. We're going to put that down as a negative.
Yeah, that happened to me yesterday. It was a little bit tough to cast like that.
Yeah, did you find having the monitor off was a negative? Because I would agree.
Usually, I like to keep the monitor off only when I'm also keeping the computer off. But in order to play, the computer needs to be on and the monitor needs to be on, and so I'm not that big on keeping the monitor off. Even if I actually have a crazy setup in my house where I have 4 monitors. I know you've seen this. I just like to display a lot of information all the time. But even if I have my 4th monitor with nothing on it, I leave it on because then I could put stuff on it if I need to.
Yeah.
But I hope this is a quickly resolved issue. It might just be as simple as a cable got stepped on or was not fully plugged in properly. Like maybe there was a loose connection. And I imagine it will probably be resolved pretty soon.
I think you know when it's resolved as well, when it's a monitor goes off. I think if monitor goes on, we're good to go.
Yes. We can't see that right now the monitor is on, but, you know, I mean, how hard could it be to
I mean, it
plug
looks
it in
the
and make sure
same
it's
as
on?
the other monitors.
Yeah.
So maybe it is actually on.
I mean, you see those colors on the back?
Yeah, right? That's
So it's
looking on.
At least the power seems to be on. Maybe the display is not. Maybe it's a software issue. I don't know, Alice. But I'm guessing it's probably going to be fixed pretty soon, guys. So thanks for bearing with us.
Yep. Got to make sure that everything is sorted. And based on the game state, Wolf, how are we feeling? How are we feeling about where this game's going?
It's quite interesting because I think we haven't really opened up the way that this mid game is going to finish because you have a Fed Jax. Okay, we are going back in. It looks like.
Yep.
You have a Fed Jax and you have a pretty decently fed Aurora. You know, we're trading turrets here on the map a little bit.
That's not a trade. That is just 2 turrets for DK.
Yeah, sorry, you're right.
Huh.
Came in with my monitor was off as you.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But that was definitely a bit of a monitor off issue, and you can see it was definitely Bro's monitors that were off. Shiu looking to go aggressive on the Morgan. This is a problem, isn't it? Because it's a 1 in 3 Cassante, and it seems like all of the focus that they put on him has done 0.
Yeah, it's helped to get the Jax a little bit ahead, but I just don't know if that's going to matter as much when we get to this mid game because Closer is a little bit behind in the mid lane right now, and he's the real big damage threat. They didn't get a massive lead for Hype, who went for the Ghostblade build, and as you can see, even with the 3 kills, he can't lane against Showmaker. We mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. That's the 3rd turret to go down. This time it's a trade, but it's just a big trade up for D+, because they have so much control up here. They have Barrel rotating over. They may even be able to put the screws into this inner as well.
Yeah, this is a lot of danger for Bro. Polo and Morgan up here, but Morgan is looking worse for wear.
Closer may have to TP to try to defend this.
Yeah, might have to be the case, as he wants to reset beforehand, get some items if he can. It's going to be a mask now completed. But doesn't quite have Leandri's ready just yet. No one really with 2 items completed and on the table. But Shiu just very happily clearing whatever waves he can find, and he will be the Cassante that we are all dreading moving later into the game.
You know, I think that this next team fight is really going to tell the story about if Bro can pilot this, because it's really a quite complex composition that requires a lot of coordination, requires the Sejuani to kind of set up the fight. Then you have the Rel follow-up. Could be the Rel that starts it, but you really need to layer that CC. Hype needs to be in position to follow up with his ultimate. And you can win fights with this, absolutely, especially if Closer is given enough time to break through those Cassante health bars. He doesn't have Leandri's yet, but he's getting closer. Still does a decent amount of damage with his Nashor's Tooth. Even without Leandri's, it's going to get easier for him once he has that. But if Bro kind of botched the engage, I'm going to lose a lot of faith in their ability to get through the rest of this mid-game because D+ are in such a good spot otherwise all around the map. And they've taken so many structures off. They have so much map control as a result. They're not in control of the dragon, however, but we don't have the jungler on the bottom of the map, so I guess D+ don't need to worry about that dragon going over, as it's going to be Bro trying to take out this turret instead.
Yeah, it's not with a whole lot of health, as we can see right now. So Closer should be able to just hit it a couple of times, and it will go down. Let's see how much of his health bar he's going to lose, though, as Showmaker gets into stealth. There's the ulti. Shifting Sands gets Closer out of there as Nature's Grasp coming on through. Let's see whether the turnaround is going to be successful. There's the Magnet Storm. Connects onto 3 as Showmaker is burning and will be the first to go down, but it's an instant trade, and now some resets are coming through. The curtains are being called, though. Aiming needs to keep himself in a good position. And the last bullet going to be absorbed there by Lucid. So no worries. And it's just a 1-for-1 in the... Sorry, a 1-for-2 in the end.
Yeah, they got the kill on Showmaker, which is pretty huge, but you could see, again, D+1 a punish here. The barrel ultimate is really early. Closer is blocked from getting hit by it, so he's still in position to follow up when Hambak goes in here. And you can see that Jin is not in position right now. He's still not there. He's still not... His curtain still hasn't been called. And then finally, he will open it up here, right? But it's too late. I feel like if he was willing to open that a little bit earlier, maybe there's a better chance. But you can see just how all these parts have to work together so incredibly well. And yeah, they got the initial pick, but it's so hard to continue to snowball those fights.
Yeah, it's also lethality Jin as well. It's been a while since we've seen this. Like, oftentimes, it's more of like the energized build with a whole bunch of crit, things like that. I generally like that a little bit more. You stand a little bit more of a chance to do any damage to tanks. This one like does no damage to tanks.
Yeah.
You might be able to kill, Showmaker and aiming if you get some pot shots, but he's going to have to land those pot shots. As Lucid going to look for the first Mountain Drake of the game. And that should go down without a contest. And so DK, once again, it is a mid-game completed with a big advantage. And we'll see whether they can continue to hold on to that as this game continues on. As Morgan down to 50% health, Q going to connect there, does not quite find a knockback, but now with Lucid and Beryl moving over, it's going to be a tough time for Morgan. As Polo will move in, we're not going to find too much more. So DK setting up some sieges, and the Nature's Grasp is going to try and interrupt some backs. As, oh, wow, that was actually Polo trying to hold on to this as the counter-strike comes through. Beryl may have overextended. By may have overextended, I mean Beryl overextended. And he will just die to Morgan. And then the minions are going to go down as well.
Also,
so
Closer.
Beryl is dead.
He is going to be looking to at least force a teleport here. We'll get it.
Okay.
And should be able to get out here, but almost able to put the pressure onto that inner. Now, well, I say he gets out, and we'll have to contend with Showmaker and aiming.
Yeah, aiming's
Maybe
coming
he doesn't
in.
get out.
She was trying to keep him interested, and it is a Sun Disc. The rest of the team are going to come on through. Hype does have the curtain call up and available as there's the flash out, and Closer is fine.
What an outplay from Closer there.
That was
Now
actually
they can
kind of
turn.
sick. Yeah, they are looking for a bit of an opportunity. The curtains have been called, and it's a lot of damage, even onto Shiu here. I say that. He took maybe 50 from that. Didn't feel like very much at all.
This game is starting to get really crazy. As we're seeing, just the pressure point of that Azir, and then a big rotation over from D+ to stop him, and then Bro follows up with their long range, but nobody dies. The turret survives. No turret going to go down here in mid either. Really nice play from Closer there, though, to actually... It looked like he was going to look for a scoop onto aiming, and he just turns it into a trap where he's like, oh, you thought I was going for you? I'm actually just getting the hell out of here.
Yeah.
That was pretty sneaky by him. Like to see plays like that.
It was pretty cute. Did have to invest the flash, as Deadly Flourish going to be doing a little bit here to Showmaker, but not too much. Haven't really seen anything that makes me feel like this Jin has been justified just yet, but still early days, I guess, as DK just start off the Baron. That is immediately going to be seen by Bro. And so nice little try. Beryl takes half of his health bar for their trouble, but that is not going to be them being taken out or anything like that. Not going to get caught. Just testing the waters, seeing whether a Baron was an opportunity here as we tick over 22 minutes into the game.
I feel like this game oozes tension. We're looking at D+ with a significant lead, but they haven't been able to further it for a while. Now we have a 2-item Azir. That's a really big part of this composition. Edge of Night finished here for Hype as well. Gives them a little bit more survivability, some additional damage here. This is when Bro actually really starts to get confident in team fighting with the 2 items on the Azir that can get through that Cassante health bar. And D+ are just playing so timid at the moment. They do not want to throw this game away, especially after the throw that happened last game. And this time, if they mess it up, it's the end of their tournament. They're not going to lift that trophy. So a little bit passively, while Beryl is not, right? Like, Beryl is playing very aggressively. He's getting punished a little bit.
Beryl is playing Berylly, is how that one goes. But Polo's the one that pays the price for it, as he's going to have to get out of there. Might want to get back on the horse, and does do that, as Deadly Flourish not going to hit him. Beryl, Berylly actually kind of working here, as now Shiu looking for a backline angle. Closer just joining him there. Does get the all out, but doesn't go through the wall. Xiu might be in trouble, but the Emperor's Divide is not going to be enough to get him out of there. Polu still on basically nothing as Morgan trying to get into that back line. Does manage to get a counter-strike to somewhat work out, but still has to flash to get out of the way. Aiming absorbs all of the curtain call bullets without even really noticing that they were there. And DK will just not even really notice, bro, as they are just under their tires at this point in time.
Well, sitting on Baron here, Hambach is putting himself in harm's way, trying to buy some time. Closer is up with TP in 15 seconds, even though he doesn't have his ult. So I don't think D+ can take this Baron right now. They will walk away from it. But it started off with what looked like, you know, potentially an overextension here from Xiu, but utilizes is unstoppable really well here. Closer is unable to Empress Divide him early into the turret. By the time he Empress Divides, he actually pushes him away. So Xiu isolated, then Morgan's like, okay, I'm going to go for this. I have the curtain call to back me up. He just doesn't have the damage. Great peel here from Barrel. Morgan has to flash away ultimately and still gets focused down. So really disastrous fight here for Bro, but well played by D+. And here's like the picturesque moment of like, can they run this comp? Do they know how to pilot it? Are they coordinated enough to do so? I think part of it is the setup from D+ was too good, but the other part of it is, you know, this comp is just so complicated. I don't know if it's going to work out here for Bro. I start to feel like every moment that goes by here in this game, we're going to Game 5. Like, it just doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Maybe I caster cursed D+ by saying that, but I'm getting less and less faith here, Atlas, and D+ are looking for Soul Point.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Wolf. I don't really see it, as Lucid does have to use the ultimate to get himself out of the way. Xiu is an absolute monster. Very, very close to level 16. A level ahead of Morgan as well. As there's the Flash Emperor's Divide. Beryl is going to explode pretty early on in this one, as Humbug does have to invest the ulti in order to get that. Hype is able to lock one down, and it is just a single pick, as a Mountain Drake is going to be the prize.
Closer has TP. D+ wanted to try to trade this for Baron, but I don't think they're going to get it. They're trying to get Paulo as a consolation prize. I don't think they're going to get him either. They're just going to have to settle for Dragon for Raptors, as that play from Closer will lock down Barrel. And that's a huge win here for Bro. We'll even up the Dragons. I say it's a huge win for them, and it is, but I mean, it's not enough alone to shore up the 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to call that the caster curse, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a big win, though. It's a big win for them in that it's one baby step. Now, D+ are now grouped up and starting this Dragon off. And there's no vision.
The Baron is
Baron,
going down. Bro will be able to move over. The curtain is going to be called there, as they're looking for some vision on what's going on. Xiu going to be tanking up a few of these shots, as the curtain call does eventually run out of range. And DK, once again, with a little bit of an attempt on the Baron, but in the end, it is just going to be a waste of time. And so Bro now trying to leverage that, look for a way back in, as Beryl and Showmaker on top of a turned-off ward, and control vision has now been set up. So having a look at the state of the game right now, one of the biggest advantages here for DK is in the jungle, where Lucid has 2 items already completed in comparison to the 2 that Humbug has, but one of them is pretty cheap. He's 203 and he has so much more farm.
He does. He is very, very potent in these fights. And, you know, we saw in that fight where they trapped Barrel that they could eventually take him out, right? But it wasn't a very decisive win. It wasn't a win that's going to get them Baron. Bro, all they needed to do is win one team fight, one big fight, and then they got Void Staff, right? Then they get a Baron. So they're going to constantly be threatening, constantly posturing. With lack of vision, you can really feel it in how timid Paulo is here and how it's going to cost him, you know, a third of his health bar here just to clear that ward. Teleport for Morgan is available if he wants to try to come over here, but he doesn't have a flank ward. This is going to have to walk his way over.
Yeah, Barrel moving up, baiting the Bros to look for an angle here. As you can see, everyone's sort of posturing. You've got Morgan in a side lane with teleport at the ready. Closer, the same thing on that top side. Morgan with a little bit of a way to respond, but level 14 to level 16 is going to mean that as soon as Xiu presses his ultimate button, there is just not going to be too much of a hope in hell for Morgan to be able to fight against it.
If
Thornmail's also done.
If that Void Staff finishes here for Closer, like if he backs right now after this wave and he's got enough for Void Staff and he finishes that, there's almost a world where Bro could try to sneak their way over to Baron, clear vision, and look for a turn themselves. The timing is really tough, and Morgan doesn't have side lane control, even though he's a Jax with 4 kills here and he's sitting on an arm guard. He's not actually threatening an inner. He's not actually pulling D+ around the map. But I think once that Void Staff is done for Closer, that's when Bro really make their last big stand here. The timing, though, again, has to hit before D+ grab this Baron. Lucid is playing really risky here with Barrel by himself.
Yeah. Closer and Humbug right in the area to
Not
try
gonna
and
get
answer
punished.
this. As, yep, Control Vision going to get taken down is now Polu. I think they've identified that Polu's pretty lonesome right now, but they're not really going to be able to act on it. So much posturing as now Showmaker getting back up towards his top side. Lucid just chasing down Humbug as Shu losing the fight right now, but there's the all-out. Let's see whether Morgan can make this one happen. Meanwhile, there's another fight here towards the top side. Emperor's Divide not really doing too much. It's Closer down solo. There's the Heartbreaker, and it might exactly be that. It's a solo kill for Morgan elsewhere, but it's a double kill for this Viego. And he's got those resets. The flash out from Polo is justified as, oh God, that piercing arrow damage, and then the Q from Lucid just to make sure that Polo is dead. This should be Baron, even though Morgan was able to win out in that 1v1.
Yeah, Closer gets his Void Staff now, and I think that's why he was pushed up so far, trying to rush it, trying to be relevant for this next fight, but he ends up kind of just giving Baron away by pushing up so far that there is an insane punish. And I don't think this inner turret is going to be what feels like a fair trade for Bro in exchange for this Baron, because their base is about to be completely opened up. 2 inners here for the taking, if not an inhibitor turret off of this Baron play. I mean, look at where Closer is right now, deep within the enemy territory, while Hambak has no control whatsoever. It's a little bit bizarre because you have the Sun Disk turret, but that alone is not going to be enough. And I mean, his team even opting into trying to save him here means that it's going to be even worse than it could have been.
The twisted advance from Barrel was also fantastic.
Yeah.
Meant that the Emperor's Divide just did absolutely nothing. No one really was impacted by the ultimate from Closer. And so the triple kill for Lucid in the end, and he was already just such an incredible power point for this team. Now has Asterix complete. 3 items done for the Viego. And
Closer,
I don't know, man. I feel like we're going to 5.
I think we are. Closer, he's got a Void Staff here. Like I said, they have Baron buff against them. And it means that getting Prio on this Dragon is going to be nigh impossible. I mean, I guess the small piece of good news is that maybe D+ will use some of this Baron time to take said Dragon, and it's not the soul. I'm going to really reaching here to give you some broptimism, so to speak, positivity, because, I mean, this is just looking really rough. Like, they didn't get to use that Void Staff spike because he died trying to get it. They didn't end up getting any sort of foothold on this Dragon. And D+ still have enough Baron time left. They should be able to get some of those inners I was talking about at the very least. They're pushing mid right now with aiming and Barrel, and the rotation over from Lucid. So this one's going to go down, and maybe then that opens up the siege for the main mid-base, mid-inhibitor, and inhibitor turret.
Let's see what happens.
They're backing off, though.
Yeah, Hype still hasn't died, so that's kind of good, but he's also still Jin, which is also not good.
He's had his LDR for a while. He's about to have IE, but...
What does it mean? That is sort of my question. Is now Morgan having to deal with both Lucid and Shiu towards his top side. Looks like they don't want to give this up, especially with Shellfish on the table, and so Lucid is going to be distracted by that. 1,500 gold lead still there for just Morgan. Outside of that, it is all blue. And a 1,200 Baron power play. Man, we just need to get that sponsorship just so that I don't sound stupid. 4,000 gold, the lead is the result here for DK, though.
Look at
this inner turret is so close to being dead.
Yeah, look at the items for Varus versus the items for Hype. I mean, it's not that huge of a difference, but I feel like the impact that aiming can make with Varus versus the Jin that really just doesn't fit into this draft. I mean, we'll see it. Even if Bros somehow win, I think you'll still see the difference in value for these two in the post-game damage chart. It's just not going to look as good for the Jin. Lucid, so huge here. 3 items. Starax online, level 16.
Oh,
beginning of the end, potentially.
Yeah, Hype in a little bit of trouble here. The Nature's Grasp is not going to hit him, though. Humbug standing in the way. So that is going to mean that that ultimate is sort of absorbed. Same with Showmakers. So, Bro, just trying to weather the storm as best they can.
If there was a way, to teleport to that control ward that's close to the dragon pit, like close to the river down there on the bottom side, and Closer could wrap around, maybe they could punish one of these pushes, but D+ just really isn't overextending. As a result, they haven't really put any pressure onto these inhibitor turrets despite having the Baron, despite it being 33.5 minutes into this game. So, really just I think you can feel the frustration of losing 2 games, since we moved to V-Space and top 4 here, that were pretty much a done deal. D+ is not going to throw this one away. They're playing so safe, yet, methodically enough and aggressively enough to continue to maintain those advantages. Aiming.
Yeah, going to be able to get the cleanse out from aiming here. And ult for cleanse, you always take those. See whether aiming is going to actually be a target earlier on, because this is the problem, right? When a game is slowed down this far, maybe they just wait, and then the cleanse is going to be off cooldown. You can see 2 minutes on both of the major objectives that are going to be coming up. And so aiming going to get very close to just having that one available yet again. Rabadon's death cap is done here for Showmaker. IE is completed for Hype as well, but what that means, I have no real idea. He's sort of half lethality, half crit. And it does kind of work. He is Jin, so it does sort of like scale in a weird way, but I don't know about it.
Yeah, I feel like, let's just say the more weapons he has in his inventory, the more items he has, it is better.
Yeah.
I think it's really
It can't be bad,
It's really about what Closer can get done with him. And if Morgan can get a flank off, or if Morgan can actually get enough alone time in the side lane to potentially threaten the inhibitor, like we saw from Xiu in the last game, pushing down, getting really aggressive with that Jack, starting to really force people to go back or get the inhibitor entirely, as he did. And so far, we just haven't seen that yet. Bro are going to need to eventually pull the trigger. They're going to have to be the aggressors. They're going to have to be the ones who find something. They grabbed the cleanse from aiming earlier. Now Hambok's got his ult back up. We've got to find an angle. We've got to find some sort of pick here, because almost getting picks and then backing off and then playing this vision kind of ring around the rosy game with D+ will eventually result in a D+ win.
It should.
It should.
It's another crit cloak here for Hype as well. So he's getting up to some crit numbers that aren't too bad on this Jin. And they are looking towards, it looks like the Dragon, denying that one from going down is going to be a priority. Of course, Soul Point is so dangerous, especially when you have one of these champions that really does want to take pot shots to try and get kills in this Jin. The Mountain Drake just gives DK that extra layer of safety. And so Bro now pushing forward once again. Remember, no inner turret because Hype was able to take that one down as a response. Morgan getting spotted out on vision here towards this bottom side as well, as Showmaker was dealing with that. So the Baron is going to come up.
It's actually...
yeah, Morgan's in a good spot to try and defend from the Drake as well.
They actually ended up sieging that incredibly well. They grouped as 5. It's their wave clear. D+ now for the first time kind of on the back foot here. Morgan on a nice flank angle. No vision of him.
Yeah. Okay. Hype still holding onto that curtain call, remember? So it does mean that if they can get positional advantage around something, they can use that to try and set Closer up to get these Sand Soldiers out and start doing some damage. We'll just have to see Morgan.
Solo this.
Yeah, and he should be able to do so. It's 4 items on the Jax. And if the rest of Bro can try and keep them busy, that could be a situation there. Captive audiences all over the place. These traps really being frustrating as Morgan has wrapped around looking for Showmaker. He has to flash. They get the ultimate out, and now Polo is the one that's in trouble. The curtain call has been called. Humbug is so low, though. Closer's still at full health. Him and Hype, but the tanks, the front line, are the ones that are struggling right now for Bro.
This is where Closer really needs to get that consistent damage in.
Yep. And where is that poke damage coming through here from Bro as well? And from aiming on the side of DK. Looks like they aren't actually going to set that one up. It might just be DK looking for a trade.
Yeah, they see that Xiu is backing, but he has teleport. He can get right back in here. So does Showmaker, who's already back on this objective. Paulo alone is going to not be enough to stop this one. They have to rush over here. TP for Closer too, but he's so late.
Yeah, teleport is going to come on in here. This is so dangerous. DK have all rotated in as it's Morgan. He is going to be able to get all outed. That might actually be good for him, though, as the Empress Divide hits onto 2. Lucid is now out of position, and that's a Magnus Storm. They just want to get rid of this Cassante. As Morgan, he finds aiming with the counter-strike, and down goes Beryl as well. And the rest of Bro have completed the Phalanx. They are ripping them to shreds, as now some of these resets have come on through, but Hype, I think, has started to hit some sort of critical mass, as Lucid is still kind of in Deadly Flourish range. He's the last man standing, though, as Hype and Morgan will stand true, and Bro will win their first team fight of the game.
And it's not enough to win them the game just yet. They don't have enough damage, not enough health here for Morgan to actually take out this Baron right now. This is really messy. So when I saw that teleport coming through, I actually thought it was Azir's teleport. You see that top right on the screen?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, he is so doomed. I thought that was actually Closer because of the minimap there, but it was actually first Morgan who comes through. Closer taking a much safer and much better teleport angle here, coming in after Morgan absorbs that pressure. Has a fantastic Emperor's Divide, which means Barrel's isolated. Shio here gets focused down. Aiming is in no man's land, so they lose so much of their damage instantly in this fight. It's actually a really good ult here from Showmaker, which is part of why a lot of these members do ultimately end up falling here, including the Azir. So well played by Lucid there as well. If he wasn't as big as he was, that would not have worked out.
Honestly, like, he saved it almost entirely because it was very, very close to Bro being like 4-0, but Lucid managed to go untargetable right at the time that Hype was about to murder him.
Yeah, that was
pretty fortunate. Speaking of murder, Humbug is in a little bit of trouble here, but he's starting to get to a tankiness level that is helping out Bro here. And being baited in by Hype is something that DK are very susceptible to, as we learnt in the previous game. Polo spots out that ward. Yeah, exactly. DK actually just wanting to go back to the Baron once again. Morgan with no teleport, moving up from that bottom lane, and Closer is the one putting that pressure on in the mid lane.
Yeah, the mid lane, exactly like you're saying. Like, if D+ kind of happy feeding here, they start the Baron, but they walk off.
This
is not the shot calling that we've been
seeing
from D+ for most of this finals. They're losing control of the map.
Oh, Barrel Deadly Flourish. It is going to stop Barrel as the curtain call. He's going to have to walk through that now as well. Shiu, his time is now going to be wasted as he looks to try and save his support, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Morgan is pretty massive as another Deadly Flourish comes down. These are very tanky Bro members as Closer is now having his opportunity to move up.
Inhibitor under fire.
Oh, I don't know about this one. This is very optimistic as he shifts the sands, gets back to his teammates. And Bro, they've started this one up. So the inhibitor turret did go down. The inhibitor did not. And this ward is giving so much information. Okay, Shiu, he dives in. Showmaker with that ultimate down. Now Closer goes golden. This is the longest flank ever from Morgan. Can they stay alive? That's the question as they do manage to get the reset. Lucid now looking for Morgan. You can see the back pings are ringing out. And Morgan didn't find the angle.
They're going to try to push top, it looks like here, as D+ try to go and defend mid. And they end up getting the kill onto Palu. They don't have enough to actually chase or kill anyone else on Bro.
What?
Bro just running circles around D+ right now, grabbing another turret. TP on the flank here. This is insane.
Yep, they're going to look for it. It's another very deep flank angle, but she is so incredibly tanky. Just fighting Humbug right here. Lucid trying to get up towards them as he's got the Guardian Angel. He's also very durable. The rest of D+ just moving in a slow line towards the Baron Pit once again. They'll take out the vision, full information.
Closer's going to reset here.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have teleport just yet.
I think that they might be giving this up because without, Polo in the area, but they do have the curtain call. And Shu just going to stand there in front of these bullets. Showmaker going to get tagged by one of them.
Closer's waiting for that TP, waiting for that TP. Here it comes.
Oh, God. Beryl almost just died. That bullet did so much damage, and now the Glacial Prison comes in. The Magnus Storm going to be available here as well. Hype gets a double, and it's an Empress Divide onto 2. No one touching Closer, and Bro will just mow the lawn. And the lawn in this case is D+ Kia and their 3-peat opportunity. Bro are now going to be your KeSPA Cup champions.
They are going to do it. Another comeback here from Bro. And in this late game,
God, it was so beautiful.
It's beautiful macro from them. They outrun D+, they outplay them. And D+, the lead in 2 games back-to-back, but cannot close it out. And for the best finish ever for the LCK Bro team is going to be a first-place one here at KeSPA Cup 2024. They deny, as you say, D+ getting 3 in a row. It's been 3 years since our last KeSPA Cup. But Bro are going to be champions for the first time.
Oh my goodness. Maybe this is actually the Brolden Road that we've heard tales of on the internet. People are whispering it, but this is the first one in potentially a long line of victories for this team. You can see huge grins on their faces, and we're being a little bit facetious, but what a great start to this roster's year, right? And the year hasn't even started yet, and they've already started winning. Great things to see from this team. Hype, he made me a believer, man. Maybe I actually like Jin now. I don't know, because his late game Jin play was phenomenal, even if it didn't do a whole lot in the earlier stages. Even Bull, of course, able to raise the trophy here as he was a part of the team and played in a few of the games earlier on.
Yeah, and he'll have to play in every single game they play against KT Rolster.
Yep, that is true.
Going forward. Don't have that rule, of course, here in this tournament, but in the LCK that is the case as Hype is on loan. But fantastic performance there from Bro. I feel like we don't even have enough time to like really let it sink in. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that wasn't our best like finals caster call ever. For me, at least, I'm like, I don't know, man. Is it real? Like I'm still in kind of shock right now, especially because D+ had so much control. And Bro just they had Morgan going in the side. They had Closer with the crazy flanks.
They just, I mean, this was just the Bro fairy tale. And maybe that's what we need to leave it as. We are going to check out these highlights, and then it's going to be the interview, and then we'll be back with you after that. But man, let's just revel in the Brovolution that we are now seeing on the cusp of 2025. Bro just saying Merry Christmas to all the Bro leavers. It is truly a Giga Chad moment. And we'll see you on the other side of the interview.
(2024) 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파컵 우승컵의 주인공은 OK저축은행 브리온이었습니다. 선수단 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 우승 축하드립니다. 자, 모건 선수 우승 소감 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 기분이 되게 좋고요. 팀원들이 끝까지 집중력 잃지 않고 잘해준 것 같아서 고맙다는 말 하고 싶습니다.
새로운 멤버와 함께 치른 첫 번째 대회였습니다. 이번 대회 총점으로 따지면 몇 점 정도 줄 수 있을까요?
일단 저희 팀이 좀 우승하긴 했지만 그래도 지는 경기도 있었고 그 지는 경기 중에서도 단점들이 제대로 나왔다고 생각해서 한 7, 8점 정도 줄 것 같습니다.
18점이요? 7, 8점. 7에서 8점.
네, 7이나 8점 줄 것 같습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 그렇다면 우리 팀에서 MVP 한 명만 꼽으면 누가 될 수 있을까요?
오늘은 이제 폴루 동규 선수를 주고 싶은 게 이제 되게 자신감 넘치는 콜도 되게 많았고 되게 오늘 뭐 잘 된다 이런 느낌으로 에너지 많이 줬다고 생각해서 폴루 선수 뽑겠습니다.
좋습니다. 조금 이따가 폴루 선수의 의견 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 한박 선수 캐스파컵 영광의 우승컵을 차지하면서 마무리가 됐습니다. 소감 어떠신가요?
솔직히 2군 대회가 아니고 1군 대회에서 바로 그냥 우승을 해버려서 뭔가 얼떨떨하긴 한데 저 자신을 그래도 어느 정도 수준까지는 올라왔다고 생각을 해서 더
오.
증명할 날만 남은 것 같습니다.
오, 2025년 OK저축은행 브리온 더욱더 기대가 되는데요. 캐스파컵 뭐 길다면 길고 짧다면 짧은 시간 동안 혹시 가장 기억에 남는 순간 있을까요?
원래 저희가 초반에 무너지거나 그러면은 후반까지 집중력을 좀 유지 못하고 흔들리는 모습을 많이 보여줬었던 것 같은데 오늘 마지막 판 같은 경우는 저희가 또 계속 굴하지 않고 계속 어떻게 하면 잘 싸울지 생각하면서 경기를 이겼던 것 같아서 좀 기억에 남을 것 같습니다.
네, 다가오는 시즌 증명하겠다, 기대해달라 말씀해 주셨는데 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
저는 지금이 제일 못하는 시기라 생각하고 앞으로 계속 우상향하면서 올라갈 일만 남았기 때문에 계속 응원해 주시면 제가 응원에 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 이어서 클로저 선수 만나보겠습니다. 자, 클로저 선수 새로운 팀에 오자마자 바로 우승하셨습니다. 우승 소감 어떠신가요?
일단 제가 프로를 한 지 좀 오래됐는데 우승을 하게 돼서 너무 기분 좋고 팀원들한테 너무 고마운 것 같습니다.
오늘 경기 하기 전에 좀 긴장되진 않으셨는지 궁금합니다.
저가 첫 결승전이기도 했고 되게 많이 떨었는데 그래도 이 우승해서 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
네, 다가오는 2025년 LCK컵 이제 한 달 정도 남았는데요. 어떤 모습 보여주고 싶으신지 팬분들 앞에서 한번 말씀 부탁드립니다.
제가 여러 가지 챔프도 지금 연습하고 있고 좀 더 잘해줬다고 생각해서 앞으로 더 단점 보완해가지고 잘하는 미드가 되도록 하겠습니다.
네, 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 하이프 선수 만나보겠습니다. 하이프 선수 우승 축하드립니다. 기분이 어떠신가요?
네, 일단 우승하면 당연히 너무 기분이 좋고요. 일단 클로저라는 맛을 오늘 좀 제대로 본 것 같아서
클로저의 맛을 제대로 봤다. 네, 말씀해 주셨는데 오늘은 드디어 이제 아쉬운 준우승에서 그치지 않고 우승컵을 들어 올리셨습니다. 마지막 세트까지 팽팽했는데 언제 승리를 확신하셨을까요?
일단 솔직히 마지막 세트는 좀 많이 힘들만 했다고 생각하는데 이게 마지막 바로 난타 때 이제 마오카이가 딱 제 스킬을 맞고 이제 피가 한 200 정도 떨어졌을 때 이제 저희가 막 되게 좀 다급한 콜들이 막 나왔는데 그때 뭔가 이거 한타 무조건 이기겠다 이러면서 이제 거기서 좀 확신을 했던 것 같아요.
한타 무조건 이기겠다. 이 한타 이기면 무조건 우승하겠다. 네, 이런 예감 가지셨던 것 같습니다. 그러면 우승까지 함께 해준 팀원들에게 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단 뭐 너무 고생했지만 이제 앞으로 남은 것들이 더 중요하니까 그냥 계속 안 지치고 달려나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 감사합니다. 이어서 불 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 불 선수 아까부터 트로피를 놓지 않고 꼭 들고 계셨는데요. 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
일단은 저도 이제 경기 같이 보고 있었는데 너무 잘하더라고요.
네.
이제 저희 선수들이 너무 잘하기도 했고 그리고 저도 이제 어떻게 보면 하이프 선수랑 경쟁하는데 서로 이제 약간 선의 경쟁하면서 뭔가 서로 도움이 되면서 하이프 선수도 잘하고 있는 거 보니까 저도 뭔가 분발해야겠다 같이 이런 생각도 들고 저도 잘해야겠다 이런 생각하고 있습니다.
너무 좋은 순간이 됐던 것 같습니다. 마지막 경기까지 치열했잖아요. 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기 지켜보고 계셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 딱 저희 이제 부스 안에서 이제 저희가 감독 코치 분이랑 이제 얘기하면서 보고 있었던 게 이제 여기서 이렇게 해줬으면 좋겠다 하는데 딱 그렇게 해주더라고요. 저희 선수들이. 그래가지고 되게 뿌듯해 하셨던 것 같아요. 감독 코치님들이.
감코진들과 함께 뿌듯한 마음으로 경기 지켜보셨던 것 같습니다. 그러면 오늘 마지막까지 고생해준 팀원들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 캐스파 우승해서 일단 오늘 되게 승리 만끽했으면 좋겠고 그리고 이제 LCK컵하고 남은 이제 대회들 준비 열심히 잘해가지고 다 같이 으쌰으쌰 해보자.
네, 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 마지막으로 폴로 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 폴로 선수, 모건 선수가 뽑은 오늘의 MVP입니다. 기분이 어떠신가요?
이제 뭔가 텔레비로만 보다가 이렇게 우승하는 순간이 이제 이렇게 직접 와가지고 또 기분이 너무 좋은 것 같고 또 모건 선수가 또 MVP도 지어줘서 되게 오늘 뜻깊은 날인 것 같습니다.
좋습니다. 어제 승리하고 저와 인터뷰를 했을 때 다른 팀은 신경 쓰지 않고 우리 팀의 플레이만 잘 해내겠다 말씀해 주셨습니다. 오늘 경기 만족스러우신가요?
그래도 좀 중간중간에 좀 이상한 뭐 장면도 있긴 했겠지만 그래도 굴하지 않고 좀 팀원들 좀 다 같이 합 잘 맞춰서 잘 싸움 되게 열심히 잘 했던 것 같습니다.
이번 캐스파컵을 통해서 배운 것들이 굉장히 많으실 것 같습니다. 하나만 좀 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
뭔가 좀 일단 많은 걸 배우긴 했는데 지금 너무 뭔가 많은 걸 배우게 되지 뭐가 딱 떠오르는 게 없어가지고.
그렇죠. 경험이 없으시죠. 네.
다전제 경험을 처음 해봐가지고.
네,
좋은 경험이
다전제
되었던 것 같습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 이 시간까지 자리 지켜주신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
이렇게 이제 팬분들이 항상 응원해 주셨기 때문에 이제 우승까지 할 수 있었다 생각하고 이제 새로운 이제 선수들과 이제 또 LCK 컵이나 이제 더 높은 컵 들 수 있도록 이제 더 함께 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 2024 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파컵 OK저축은행 브리온의 우승 소식 전해드리면서 저희는 잠시 후에 시상식으로 돌아오겠습니다.
네, 이제 바로 2024 캐스파컵.
And now it is time for the award ceremony for our KeSPA Cup champions, OK Savings Bank Brion. Oh man, it feels good to say it. Feels good to say it out loud. They will be picking up all of that money, especially as we've been talking about throughout the entirety of the KeSPA Cup. 40 million Korean won is going to be going their way. And that is gigantic. Out of the 80 million prize pool, I guess 82 with the MVP award that we will be throwing out now as well.
Who do you think is MVP candidate here?
I think there are a few. I think it's probably Morgan that stands out in my mind the most, just with how stable he was throughout the game. But
it's
we'll just
tough
have to
say,
see.
Yeah. So we are, of course, going to have Jung-hoon Lee from KeSPA come up now, and we'll be presenting the awards for first place, I believe first.
Runner-up awards, I
runner-up
believe,
first, yeah.
will be coming up first. So DK will be accepting theirs. That will be 20 million Korean won for them. And they fought valiantly. I think this is still going to be a team that will be feared moving further forward. I think, you know, their idea of the meta was a little bit weird this time around, but as you can see, it is still a lot of money for this squad. And this was the first tournament that this roster has actually participated in, and I think they do have a bright future, especially with such young talent like Shiu there towards the top side of the map. I know that a lot of you guys in chat were pretty psyched about Shiu and his performance so far. And I don't know what Aiming and Beryl are doing, just standing away from the rest of their teammates. Maybe they were making space for Caster Jun. But a big congratulations to D+, regardless, as they are going to take their gigantic check and move off to the left.
I think people will often put asterisks on Hanwha's roster, on Gen.G's roster, but they did outperform both teams. And it's a good start to what will be a great 2025, I think, for this roster that has so much talent packed into it with Shiu joining this year.
Yeah.
But now it's time, Atlas, for the big money, the big trophy.
The big reveal. The champions are going to be given their gigantic check.
Yeah, this is Youngman Kim, the chairman of KeSPA.
And it will be the champions coming on through. Do you agree? Do you think it's going to be Morgan that's going to get the MVP? I can't get it out of my head.
It's really hard to say. Like it feels like it was quite a team effort, as we are going to announce them as champions now.
Yep. OK Savings Bank Brion to collect their gigantic check alongside their very cool trophy to put in their trophy case. And there it is. 40 million Korean won for the winners here.
I mean, remember, Closer dominated game one. Hype had some phenomenal performances across this.
Hype
Palu
is a
had some
big
great
one.
team fights. Like, I kind of lean towards Morgan as well, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, there's some aura around Morgan as well that is, I think, probably, like, leaning us that way. But I think honorable mentions, 100%. I mean, even Humbug, you know, in that game where they came back, he was on the Skarner, of course, very high-priority champion, but still, I think that he had a great performance.
Okay, here we go. I see that check.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's almost time.
Oh, I think Carcinogen's going to make us work for it, though, I reckon.
Oh, I
he's
think he
normally, he's a man that doesn't like to just rip the Band-Aid off.
No.
All right.
You know,
is it going to be Carcinogen?
I'm often disappointed with MVP choices, but I feel like I won't be disappointed with anybody today, to be honest.
Unless it's Bull. I don't think Bull deserves it for the final.
Okay. Morgan
gets it. There he is.
The Lord himself. Picking up a title, picking up an MVP. What
And
a great
wait.
way to cap off 2024 and set them up for 2025.
And isn't that what makes a Lord as well? You need to have titles.
That's right.
And he now has he's officially a Lord.
Yeah, it's not just a meme anymore, Atlas.
It's not a meme. Oh, the Lord Morgan for real now, having been crowned the kings of KeSPA. And picking up that 42 million if Morgan shares any of his MVP money, which I would suggest he doesn't. That's a decent chunk there. And we'll see what he's going to spend it on. If it was Beryl that was winning, we'd know exactly where that money's going. When it's Morgan, I know less. Maybe he's going to donate it to charity because he's just such a benevolent Lord that we have here in the LCK. But I don't know. Some beautiful flowers there as well. Oh, I believe that's some eucalyptus.
일단 되게 기대감을 좀 되게 저희 팀이나 저나 받은 것 같아서 이 기대감을 잘 돌려드릴 수 있게 열심히 해서 2025
He
시즌도
said
멋진 모습을
basically
보여줘야
for
될것
next year,
같습니다.
like he really wants to return the favor, basically, because people had such high expectations of this roster coming to KeSPA Cup, and he wants to kind of continue to push what they've earned, those expectations they earned by winning this tournament forward into 2025 as well.
I'd hope so.
8일간에 걸쳐서 멋진 대회를 치렀습니다. 한국 e스포츠 백을 주최하고 SK텔레콤, 카스, 로지텍, 치즈직.
Yep. And thank you so much to our sponsors. I'm going to repeat what Carcinogen was just about to say. SK Telecom, CAS, Logitech, Chijijik, and Powerful X for bringing you the KeSPA Cup. What a week it has been, Wolf. It has been an absolute joy to have the KeSPA Cup back after all these years. Last time it was a final won by Damwon. Was their challenger roster over Bro. This time, history has changed, and Bro have taken the throne with a 3-1 victory. OK Savings Bank Breon, our KeSPA Cup champions. I just wanted to say it again. It feels so surreal.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever been more excited for an LCK than I am for next year. New format, LCK Cup. It's going to be hype. And look at these guys celebrating. They deserve it. Even Bull gets to hold the trophy. It's a team effort. And man, did OK Savings Bank, Bro, earn it.
They did. Absolutely glorious performance. The fact that we had 2 full LCK teams in the finals as well is very, very exciting. Looking forward to next year. We've got a bit of a taster for what some of our other teams were going to look like. Unfortunately for Nongshim, they also had their full team. Wasn't able to get it together, but we saw some glimpses of what could make that team successful. It's going to be a really, really fun LCK, and I hope you guys all have a wonderful holiday, and Merry Christmas if you do celebrate it. And thank you so much for watching this KeSPA Cup. It has been an absolute joy, and we will see you next year for more KeSPA Cup, but we'll definitely see you next year for the LCK and everything like that as well. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.